All right, and we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
This is Lecter. Oh man. Well, no.
Diablo Joe Nidbala.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now Joe's blurry. We've having all kinds of tech things.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
you
you're
disappeared
super
on my end.
Really?
Oh no, Joe's there. Alok.
Oh, Alok had to take. He's dealing with his audio issues. Amazing start to 2024.
Yay!
I'm blurry and everybody's thankful.
Oh, Joe.
No.
Hello,
Right.
Dean and Pepe in the audience. Glad to have you.
Pepe, good evening, everyone.
Anybody who's out there listening, please join the chat. This is a good chat show because you can tell us how much you think our opinions suck. Hey, Vic. Yeah, you can agree with us. You can disagree with us. Alok.
I'm back. It's
Excellent. Excellent.
It just kicked me out like and the theme came.
Man, you didn't even give a choice yet. They were like,
yeah, just like fuck you.
So
Todd, this must be awful.
So Todd will be joining us. What was that, sir?
You want to start fresh with introductions?
Oh, sure. I'm still Nasty Neal.
And I am still Annabelle Lecter.
I am still Diablo Joe Nidbala.
I'm Justin Beheading.
And I'm just Alok Mishra. Just Alok.
Just Alok. Troy had a tooth pulled, so he cannot be joining us. He's not feeling well. Todd can't be here, but he actually did send me all his picks via video. So he is going to join us, and we're going to pop them up as we go on. So we're happy about it. Yeah, so this is we're going to do our top 13, our favorite films, not necessarily the best films, but our favorite films of 2023. And so anyway, how we do it is we run down. Each of us will start with, we'll do our one. We'll do 13. We won't give all 13 away. We'll start at 13 and we'll go to 12 and so forth. And then join the chat. It's a lot of fun if you join the chat, especially for this show. And you can say, hey, that was a stupid ass pick, or I agree, or why the hell is it, so-and-so on the list. It'll be a good time. Or you can just say, yeah, this is good. You don't have to yell at us.
Now's your chance.
Exactly. All right. So who wants to start with their 13? We usually start with Justin, I think.
Generally, yeah. I'll start.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So my number 13 is Knock at the Cabin. Which interesting story with this one. Now it is obviously it's on my list, so it is a good movie. It's one of the good M. Night Shyamalan movies. He gets one every few years. I took a friend of mine to see it for her birthday, and I didn't find out until I found out that day that was going to be her first M. Night Shyamalan movie ever.
Oh, wow.
And so I was like, just in the boat of, okay, if this movie doesn't work, please see the first 3 of his movies. Those are good ones. Just see those 3 and pretend this one didn't happen. And thankfully, it worked out great. The ending is a bit here and there as far as whether or not it works for me, but that's par for the course with M. Night Shyamalan at this point.
Agreed.
Yeah.
This came up recently. Who was talking, Neal, about like M. Night Shyamalan's signs? Was it yourself, myself, and Troy?
Yeah, it came up during a show. Someone actually brought him up, I think. I'm not sure who. I actually like Signs. I know Annabelle's not a fan.
No, I am not. Because it was a big, at the end with the alien, it was like, that's it? Okay. Sure. But that's me. That's just me.
I was not a big fan of Knock at the Cabin, but I respect your choice. It's definitely better than a lot of his recent films.
I think there was a good movie in there. I just didn't. It just didn't come together for me altogether. But I enjoyed watching the theater. It's a good it was a summer movie, right? Wasn't it? Or I forget.
No, it was
Oh,
February.
February.
Yeah, it was
That's what
early
my
in
mind
there.
is. Well, we're in California. It always feels like summer in some way.
It's true.
I like what you said, though. If there's a good movie in there. I think that's kind of the case with almost all of Shyamalan's films. There's a good movie in there, just does he draw it out?
Well, I mean, arguably the first movie he ever did, it was a perfect movie for him. Like, it really was a good movie,
Yeah.
I thought. Second movie was good too as well. Third movie, I guess, was Signs, right? Like, I like Signs mostly. I think there was a lot of interesting spiritual symbolism kind of throughout the movie that was interesting.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, these aliens are so smart to get all the way across the galaxy. I can't open a door. That was one of my complaints.
Well,
Right.
and they pick Earth that is covered mostly in water.
With water, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they were the dumb aliens. Who knows?
Yeah.
Go figure. They picked Earth.
Hopefully, no one's going to defend The Happening.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, come on.
All right.
I mean,
all right.
I'll defend that it's a so bad it's good masterpiece, and that's it.
It is. It's like this is supposed to scare you. It's like a bush shaking a little bit. You're like, holy shit!
The finest acting performance from Mark Wahlberg.
Amen.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to take a drink just from the mentioning of that movie.
All right, we might as well go in a circle here. So, Joe, what's your number one? Or
My
13.
number
You're
one
number
is-
13. You're number 13.
My number 13. Yeah, my number 13. My number 13 is not a film that I necessarily thought was hugely great, but I was really, really surprised how much I liked it because I wasn't expecting. And that's Saw 10 or X or whatever you want to call it. It was like, if you're going to reboot something, that's the way to do it.
I agree 100%. It might be a little higher on my list. It was
Yeah,
my
I was
favorite
gonna
Saw
say.
sequel.
Mine too.
I was gonna say,
Wow.
it's probably the best Saw sequel in a long fucking
Yeah.
time. I
That's
mean, I just I kind of gotten sick of the Saw stuff, and then this came back, and I was like, all right, we got the whole team back together here. This works,
It had everything you wanted from a Saw film, but it also had a ton of character stuff in it. It had a different twist and feel, and it just, it worked. It was you had the director had done a couple of the previous ones, so he had the style down, but the screenwriters were where it was at.
Yeah, and it still had the great gore if you're into for the traps and stuff. But I think it was the one you actually
Hell yeah.
were the most interested in him as a person and as a character.
Definitely. Yeah, and seeing him on the edge of being the evil him and the maybe I won't do that thing.
Yeah.
And imagine what he's gonna do to that one guy. I'm like, oh man,
Oh,
that's yay.
And I'll watch Tobin Bell and Shawnee Smith
Oh yeah.
endlessly, the two of them.
Oh, they were phenomenal.
I just remember the eyeball thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. There's some,
But they did outdo themselves with the poster art this time around. It was sort of some teeth for the last one or whatever. I don't care. But this one was like, what the fuck is that? I want to see that movie.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, 13 for Annabelle.
I put Unwelcome here.
Mm.
People all see the Unwelcome. It's English and Irish. It's a story of a couple, and they're in the big city. And they're like, let's get out of the city because they had the crap kicked out of them. And so they move out to the country, into the wild country full of things like fae folk. And what's his name from Star Trek Next Generation?
Colin
Meany.
Yeah, but what's his Star Trek?
Meany.
That's really what I care about. But that I can't remember it. It doesn't matter. So that guy and his kids are
I only know because I made a note for myself because it's also on my list. But yeah.
Yes. So they're kind of warning, don't do this and don't do that. There's an old woman's like, you have to put this plate of food here. And bottom line is, so all that's fine, but it has the most amazing red cap. They're kind of like goblins. It's very labyrinth kind of creatures. And they're great. The ending is a bit much.
The ending works for me, but yeah.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. But did other people see this movie? I really did love it. It was tough. At first I was struggling to even get 13, and then when I started doing more. So
Yeah, I'm a big fan, and I was happy that now there's a movie that instead of people pretending that Leprechaun's a great horror movie, there's a new horror movie people can watch for St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, I reviewed
Nice.
it. I was really into it, and then suddenly the tone shifted, and it became uneven for me. I loved the red caps. I thought though that Cole Meany's family went a little over the top in terms of being nasty. It was just like they're full tilt evil, out of the blue in a town where if you're that evil and you're that well known in a small town, something's wrong with that town,
I can take that, but for me, I just kind of ran with it, and it was just like a fun movie and weird. And the red caps, like the little goblin dudes, any little creatures like that are always fun to watch.
They're great. They were
Well,
great.
I did not see this movie, and so now it's on my list. I put it on, I'm drawing the list up right now.
Awesome.
So
it's definitely worth a watch.
Which
Right.
This is my first time hearing of this one actually, so I'll probably also have to check it out as well.
Me as well.
We really lucked out that popped up in Boston, so yeah, very happy about that.
Yeah, we're like our AMC actually shows some weird stuff, which is pretty cool.
We've got a few. We have the 2 AMCs, actually all 3 of the ones near us. Anyways, neither here nor there.
Yeah.
We have great luck in our area for theaters.
And of course, Brattle and Coolidge would show, midnight movies and stuff like that. But Alok.
All right, for number 13, lucky number 13, the last voyage of the Depner. What I can't say the name. The Meter. I look, it's a very mainstream film. I know it's there's nothing. It's big budget, but I love the director. And I love kind of the look of what he did with it. And he sort of made a mainstream film a little bit more violent than I would expect for like a Dracula picture, which is why I kind of enjoyed it. I can never say this guy's name, Andre Orville or something. I forget. Anyway, he's the guy that did the Autopsy of Jane Doe.
Oh,
yeah, it's a fantastic movie.
That's one of my favorite indie horror movies of all time. And so I just wanted to put that particular one. Look, it's the very end of my list. I know it's very mainstream. It was, somewhat scary, but
I think there was some good mainstream horror movies this year. So
yeah.
There weren't a ton. I'll say that, but I do have a couple there.
Yeah, if you do. So my 13, and then we'll go to Todd's. VHS 85, and I normally actually don't even like VHS movies, and I watch it going in like I'm not gonna like this. And it's super weird, way more, a lot of like graphic violence in VHS 85, more so than the other ones. It's Anthology, for people who don't know. It's a very long, it's like a 2-hour runtime, which is probably not needed. But a few of the stories are great, and I really dig it. And I'm not really big on the VHS movies. Usually I don't like the handheld stuff or the found footage, but this one, I think everyone like kind of thought out of the box, and it was good. So I would check it out. VHS 85.
Yeah, I enjoyed that too. I was surprised. That was because I had found them a little starting to peter out in terms of the excitement.
Yeah, because the last one was really not.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Well, I feel like they gotta do a couple and then go away for a long time and then come back. Like I feel like they did that would kind of revamp the whole thing. When they keep on just turning them out, it's just like
Yes, I think this one kind of flew under the radar because of that, and but it's actually one I think people should maybe check out.
I think part of the problem too is that you just start to lose track of the numbers.
Right, because it's like,
true.
Wow, there's 85 of these. I have to go watch the first 84. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's grab. I gotta make sure I do these in right order. Here we
go. Todd, Quality Jaeger here, and
Uh-oh.
I tested these all out before I sat on this laptop for an hour,
Wow.
and
Da-da-da.
What if you put us away? I don't know if that'll matter, but
no, it should be fine. I don't know what is
I already
happening.
give Todd major props for the Nick Kershaw.
oh, see, that's why I wish you two were here. I feel like you guys would so geek out about the most obscure shit ever.
We already have.
I want to see it. I want to be a witness.
Hello, everyone. Todd, Quality Jaeger here. And thank you to Neal and Annabelle for inviting me to be on this special. I am sorry I am at work right now, so you get this pre-taped loveliness. Linger on it. Now, if you were to ask me my favorite film, that would be Static from 1985. My favorite drama, Resurrection with Ellen Burstyn. And my favorite comedy/musical, The First Nudie Musical from 1975. But when asking me to list my favorites of 2023 from 13 to 1, it's hard for me to separate them like that. To me, that would mean 13 was the least of the bunch. No, these are all good. So I'm choosing them at random and going from 13 to 1. There's some honorable mentions, and they will be explained why they're there when we get to that point. I also want to infuse my usual cheesecake man. Cheesecake. I hope you all have yours. That should be a thing for these podcasts, I'd say. And, oh, hey, decorating things a little bit. The Visitor, or Stridulum. Oh, an all-time fave of mine. Oh, and look who we have here. My 1986 Nick Kershaw calendar. Wouldn't it be good? Alrighty then. For number 13, Vesper. This one is directed by Cristina Buggetti and Bruno Samper. A young girl during a time of ecological disaster is on her way to one of these enclosed perfect cities. She has a cure. She has an answer to set things back on track. And people are protecting her. People are after her. It's very drama-based. But the more surreal it gets, that works out better than trying to stick with a more direct approach, more scientific, logical thing. It sticks more towards an unusual angle that makes it just engaging. So that is my number 13, Vesper.
Very cool. I have not seen Vesper.
I've not heard of it.
Me either. I haven't heard of it either.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Going
this
down
one
my
down
list
now.
to
It's like,
watch.
cool.
So Todd has some very interesting picks because I had to see them in advance to edit these together. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well, he
also
has,
currently
like-
trying to upload them to YouTube in case it works better that way. Go on. Sorry.
Like him and Joe both have this benefit of they get all these screeners, so they're seeing stuff that most of us, and most of the audience for sure are gonna not see. But it's nice to hear about because then we can keep our eyes peeled for them.
Indeed.
All right.
Yeah.
Now to the Dirty Dozen. Justin, number 12.
So my number 12, speaking of the military, actually, is Brooklyn 45, a Shudder original, which this was just one of those that when I was getting down to the nitty gritty, I was looking for something to put on the list that would, I was looking for like 2 or 3 so that way I could have something to pick from and just fill in that last little gap and not just be like, oh, this is it. Let's put that on there. It's like, no, let's watch a couple. And I also needed to watch it because I had just seen Onyx the Fortuitous and was not as fond of it as other people seem to. So I was like, crap, I need to watch another one. And so Brooklyn 45 came at the perfect time. It's just a great little simple chamber piece movie of people having a group of people having a seance and everything that happens as a result of that. It's great, and it's one of 3 Christmas themed horror movies I saw this year, and the other 2 being It's a Wonderful Knife and The Sacrifice Game, and of those 3, it's the only one that was any good. Sadly. Sadly. But hey, 2 strikes and a home run, I guess.
Justin is not holding back.
Nope.
Brooklyn 45 actually was on, and it was kind of around the same number for me, and it's actually on my honorable mentions, but I'm a big fan of Brooklyn 45. Great cast. Huge fan of Larry Fessenden. Actually, everyone in the
He was
movie
great,
really,
yeah.
Yeah.
And they made a good use out of just like one room to get you, to feel like you think maybe it's gonna be a really limited movie with one room, but it kind of feels like a play in a lot of ways. But it's a really good movie, and I hope people check it out. Good pick.
Great acting too, especially.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, no, that's a fun one to look at the reviews on IMDb, because it has a pretty decent rating at like 5.9, but then the reviews trash the movie, calling it boring, and that the acting's B tier, and I'm just like,
oh wow,
what movie did you guys see?
It's very theatrical in that it is very stage like, not just its setting, but the drama of it, which I think some tastes may not like. I dug that aspect of it. I like the fact that it was kind of a throwback. It was interesting to see a period piece done like that.
No, most
It
definitely.
almost seemed like one of these old time radio plays.
Yeah,
Kind of a little bit to me.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
Which
But I like
Larry does those, which are very cool.
He does.
I didn't know that.
More,
Yeah.
but he has this amazing. I've now listened to them all, and Tales from Beyond the Pale, and they are so great. He did them live for a while, and it's a whole full cast, and they're absolutely wonderful. I highly recommend. Actually, Blackout, his movie Blackout that came out within the past several months, that started as one of those audio dramas. And I think when you see the movie and that, like, I went back and listened to it, just wonderful. And they pull in like Vincent D'Onofrio's a regular. There's all these different people that come in as regulars. It's wonderful. And I'm totally there with you guys about, it does feel like a stage performance. And even the idea of it being a one room space, it's something that really could translate to theater. And I do think you have to be an audience member that would enjoy a theater experience to enjoy the movie.
And a cheap plug, you can listen to Larry Fessenden, Jeremy Holm, and director Ted Gagan talk about Brooklyn 45 on the show.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say Larry Fessenden is a goddamn national treasure.
Yes.
Horror national treasure.
He is a Renaissance man.
I got to meet him at Brooklyn Horror Fest.
Yeah, we did this last one.
before.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
and it was so much fun hanging out with him. And they had done Depraved at that point.
Yeah.
They had released that movie, which was great. So
good.
yeah.
When we did the interview that I was there for, I was like, I'm now watching everything Larry Fessenden that I can find. And his monster movies, they're so very different from each other, but I love them all.
Well, the other great thing about him is that he's helped launch so many of today's like really great horror filmmakers, whether it be like Ty West or my buddy or Jen Wexler you had on just recently, I want to say. And then Peter Polk is my buddy, who's like Ty West producer, who we hang out all the time. We're trying to work on a TV show together and stuff. But he brought all those people together. So it's really very admirable that he has that sort of, still to this day, like a family sort of atmosphere where he gets people there for shots and stuff, which is really incredible.
Hooray. Get him. Find him. This guy, he's amazing. He just so struck me. Do you recognize his name? He was in Blackout. Rico Garay. He had kind of a minor role in Blackout. But he was in did you see Crumb Catcher? oh man, I gotta send you this. This is like this wonderful guy who's been working for Larry for years, since he was in film school, basically. And he's just kind of like lingering. I think he's afraid to leave the nest, kind of, from what we're gonna hopefully interview him very soon.
Yeah. We were gonna have him on at the time, but it was
personality.
it was during the strike. Yeah.
Super talented guy. I definitely think he's someone that's going to be bigger. He's going to do good things.
Yeah. And anytime Larry's on, it's a very fun experience. Last time we were showing all our different werewolf toys. It was just a
Yes.
it was just a good time.
It was awesome. And one of his werewolf toy is in his movie Wendigo. I watched Wendigo. I'm like, oh man,
wow.
that's that toy.
That film is just brilliant.
Yeah.
And Alok, if you like Depraved, you have to see Blackout. I won't spoil anything, but
Okay, I put that down on the list already. I haven't seen it.
yeah, I think I don't know if it's
education.
available anywhere. You know, we saw it in Brooklyn, so I don't know.
It's
if
streaming
actually-
now.
Oh, it is? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Very different from Depraved. I think his monster movies are like his Universal kind of thing with, like Habit, amazing, so good. So good, very different. And I think that Blackout is more of it's more to the tradition of a traditional werewolf. It is a metaphor, but it's not quite as much as the other two. It's a very different vibe. I still enjoy it, but it's different. So don't expect Depraved or Habit. It's not that kind of movie. It's great.
All right. So where are we for number 12? Justin's internet went out. He'll be back on here momentarily.
So
I think that leaves me. My number 12 is about as far from any of the Saw films as you can get. And it's one of the films that I reviewed, Summoning Sylvia. And it is an absolutely hilarious horror comedy about 4 gay friends who are gathered for a bachelor party in a haunted house. And it is spot on in every single way. It's got fun scares. It's got great characters. It's got a great script. The humor is just absolutely priceless. The 4 leads are so good. They're all individual characters with a lot of complexity. And it just is so enjoyable. And I can't wait to see, more from it's dual direction of Wesley Taylor and Alex Wise. Can't wait to see more from them.
The trailer was hilarious. After I heard about it from you, I watched the trailer. I wish I could have found it.
It's
It was
brilliant. I believe it started streaming as well.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it was super funny.
Yeah. Justin, I just named my 12th, which was Summoning Sylvia, which is kind of an LGBTQ-centric haunted house horror comedy that is just a blast. It's a feel-good film, too. You love the characters. A
lot of mine on my list are not feel-good films, but
you just love the characters so much because they're so appealing. The actors are wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
All right, so you're number 12, Annabelle. I think now I have us in order of how we were doing these.
Very nice. I put very recently had seen this. It's technically made in 2022, but it was only released in 2023. Same with Unwelcome for America. Is Fang. I love Fang. I don't know who's seen Fang. It is a uber indie. I think it's his first full-length film. It's Richard Bergen. It's got Lynn Lowry. She is phenomenal. She's plays the character's mother. They're in a tiny apartment space. It's just the two of them kind of driving each other crazy. Mom has Alzheimer's and she struggles. And the way that's depicted is it's funny, it's sensitive, it's scary, it's great. And then that's part of the plot. But then the other part is that this guy, he has his own mental health challenges and he is thinks he's like parts of him start showing like, fur, so he's thinking about turning into a rat. And it's just, I was so surprised. After living with the stress of his mother's chronic illness and getting bitten by a rat in his house, a young autistic man starts slowly turning into a rat. I loved it. I was super impressed. It's not in theaters.
It just now it's on Amazon Prime, I think, just this week.
Oh, wonderful. Good. That's right. I did post about that.
Like for rental or for like you can watch it for free kind of
That
stuff.
I'm not positive about that.
All right.
Watch on Prime Video, rent by from $1.99.
Not bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take a gamble. For
$99
that.
is virtually free.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that.
It was really impressive for someone just coming out of nowhere. I don't know if he went to film school or not. I can't remember his full story. I'm not good with stories. I'm good in the moment, not in the long run.
But his dad had mental,
He had
issues.
Alzheimer's. Yeah.
And that's what the character is, inspired by.
And some of it's so dark. I'm just so blown away by Lynn Lowry's performance.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's in a lot of weird stuff, but and she's great in all the. I have a Lynn Lowry movie coming up. So number 12 for Alok.
Number 12 for me is X.
Uh-oh.
Love Damien. Rugna. Just had
Oh,
just in and out.
Oh, there we go.
Did you hear what I said?
Now you're
Okay.
back. I think.
Satanic Hispanics is my number 12, and our friend Damien Rugna from When Evil Lurks directed a segment of it. Our good friend Eduardo Sanchez from Blair Witch directs a very hilarious yet touching kind of segment, I want to say. Gigi Saul Guerrero, like the future of horror, is in there too. Mike Mendez and Alejandro Bruguez, I think. I've never pronounced his name correctly. Bad with names. But I'll say this: it is scary at times. Has some scares to it, but really there is a dark comedy thing at the end going on that is just. I was laughing so hard in the theater. I thought I was gonna I don't know, my sides were hurt. Because I was just like, where is this going? It was just, it got worse and worse and better. So I would definitely recommend that to anyone. I think it's on Shudder now, I want to say.
I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere yet. No.
I just watched it on streaming 2 weeks ago. So it's somewhere out there.
I think you have to rent it, though. I don't think it's on a platform.
Well, it had a nice little theatrical.
Yeah, Troy and I went to see it at the theater, and we had a fun. So, like you said, I mean, there's all the short stories. Damien Rugna's is very weird, what you kind of expect from his kind of stuff, and then Alejandro's is the one that's. I would like to see Alejandro's actually become a feature film. It's
yeah. I mean, I'd go with it too. I'd watch that movie.
Yeah.
But it was good overall. And we saw it like at 9 o'clock at the Burbank AMC, and there was like 25 people in there, which I liked. It was like a somewhat full audience in a smaller theater, and I mean it's a fun watch. It's a fun watch. You can't go wrong.
Definitely is a good movie if you get a chance to see it with people. I think.
I kind of wish I had seen it with an audience. I think it would. I mean, I enjoyed it. I had a great time. I laughed at it. And I thought it was a lot of fun, but I wish I had seen it. It was one of those ones that I think just kind of would give you that extra little oomph, seeing with a big audience.
And oddly, go on.
I was just to say I was definitely disappointed because where Neal and I go to the theater, they had the trailer, and yes,
we thought for sure
did not play it at that theater, so I didn't get to see it.
But that sucks.
Yeah, right. What the hell? So
it's just teasing you.
2 hours away from me.
Yeah,
I'll pay the $6. It's cheaper for me to watch the movie than to pay for gas, so I'll stay home.
Yeah, but you don't have my company.
That's true. That's true.
That's priceless. So oddly enough, my 12 is also Satanic Hispanics.
We were texting like on Facebook or whatever earlier today, and I was like, I bet we're gonna have so many similar movies.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's honestly everything said it's fun. It's and a lot of cool. Everyone that I know, the only person I haven't really talked to is Alejandro, and I did talk to him about coming on the show, and he wants to come on. But
Nice.
everyone else, we've had Mike. Mike was actually one of our very first guests on the back in 2006 when we started the show. Mike Mendez, and because I was friends with him on MySpace, and
He came
him and
back,
Adam
I remember,
Green.
I was there for him for Tales of Halloween, wasn't I?
Yeah, he's been on a couple times, but yeah, he was one of the original guests. So it's always cool to see him doing well.
Yeah.
Eduardo Sanchez has been on a couple times. Another great guy. So, and Gigi's been on several times. By the way, Gigi also did a segment in VHS 85.
Oh, interesting. I
So-
love Bingo Hell so much. So much. I don't know why that does not get more attention and praise. I love it. That one.
Just a heads up, everyone. I'm going to switch to webcam. Looks like my internet's back on. Yay.
All right.
Yay.
All right, we're gonna switch over. I'm gonna do it. I uploaded all these to YouTube, so let's try this. This is Todd's number 12.
Oh, my turn again.
So much.
Out here. Now, these are all original one sheets, by the way. There's these Kolomowski's The Shout with Alan Bates, Susanna York, and Tim Curry, one of my all-time faves. And my goodness, the 1977 Space 1999 calendar. These all involve the UK, of course, which leads me to number 12, Ghost Crew. From Hex Studios, director Laurie Brewster, who is the mind behind Hex, and the resurrection of Amicus. Basically, Tom Stockton is part of a paranormal crew, does those reality ghost hunting type shows, and he and his partner learn about a secret from long ago in the outskirts of town that they get in over their head. And it also involves starring the lovely Megan Tremethik. Big fan. And this edition, it's so cool. It's so cool. Autograph too. Number 12, Ghost Crew from Scotland.
Ah, very cool. I had not heard of that one.
Yeah, this is
Oh man, Alok, you got to get a different earpiece. Or something. This is like
Is it bad?
that just got better.
Yeah, it's all right
Do
now.
this constantly.
It's in and out.
Everything will be great.
It's literally stuck into my ears. You know what? Oh, I got another thing I can do. If you need me to do it. Is it sounding any better at all now?
Right now,
It's fine right now.
Right now.
Well, I won't look as dashing, but we'll do what we can do.
Aha.
I mean, hey, welcome to the club.
I mean, look at this. Let me just try to switch this over then.
All right. We'll go to number 11 for Justin.
So my number 11 is Last Voyage of the Demeter. This is a movie that I didn't have a whole lot of interest in at first, just because I thought expanding on a chapter from Dracula, and the fact when I found out it was going to be a 2-hour movie, I was like, you should have aimed more for 80 to 90 minutes. So there was kind of some things I had against it, but I eventually decided to just check it out for myself and see how it worked itself out. And it turned out to be actually a pretty solid movie, pretty solid little just isolated movie on a boat for the entire time. It's one of those times where I'm watching this movie where they're on a boat and I'm having a hard time seeing where the effects are for the boat itself. Like what parts are actually them at sea, if there are any, if there's any parts where they're in a soundstage, like during the stormy scenes, or where is their green screen or blue screen? Because that stuff all looked pretty seamless to me. the way that they showed Dracula this time around didn't work for me as much. He was just kind of generic monster thing, but otherwise the rest of the movie I thought was great.
Very good. You are very close to Alok's pick. He had 13, so we'll see if it pops up on anyone else's. Number 11 for Diablo Joe.
Promise it's the last comedy film.
You can have as many as you want. It's fine.
And then they get very dark. Well, not so dark in the next one, but Renfield, which, given my year, anything that made me laugh, and I laughed my butt off. I love the fact that the opening of that aped the original Bela Lugosi Dracula so beautifully. I love the fact that it was not, Nick, that Nick Cage, he did not steal the show. He was not the main focus, but he was really having a fun time, and I liked the other characters. I just enjoyed it. I just liked it a lot.
Yeah, no, I had a good time. It was another fun one to watch in the theater. I'm not normally into big action movies, but the real over the top, people getting their arms ripped off was very fun to watch. I know they kept saying that Nicolas Cage studied Lugosi for the role. Then I watch him no, he's just being Nick Cage. But I'm totally fine with that. I kind of want that in the movie, so it worked for me. Yeah. It's too bad it didn't do very well because that would have.
Your mic is off.
Oh, he's just muted.
Mute myself. Oh, there we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only thing I didn't like about it was Awkwafina. As a person of color, I should support a person of color to be in a movie or whatever else. But how many fucking movies we had to see her in this year? I swear to God, she literally plays two fucking different birds in two different fucking Little Mermaid. She plays the bird, and then just in the new Migration movie, she plays some sort of pigeon. We need that much Awkwafina in our lives? Seriously? So that was the only thing I didn't like about that movie.
It's the new Asian stereotype to play a bird.
I have to play this girl with a raspy, gravelly voice, and not I'm like, fucking, they make her into a bird twice this year. Come on now.
She's typecast as a bird
going forward. That'd be wrong.
Let's see. Pepe says it was cool seeing Nick Cage as a vampire again, besides Vampire Kisses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kiss of the Vampire. It's a great movie. I remember when it
would be a nice double feature to put the two of those together.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I remember seeing, I'm sure everybody remembers this, when they released the behind the scenes on set Nick Cage in his costume, and everybody's, what is this gonna be? This is amazing. Nick Cage is Dracula. And there was so much speculation about what that was going to be. So when it first was shown that it's going to be this action comedy thing, I was very rejecting of it, but it did end up being quite entertaining. It was clever. The people were likable enough. Nick Cage was amazing, and Joe, I think he absolutely could have stolen the whole thing, but they had him appropriately placed. Like any good villain, they are huge presence, but they can't be the everything. Oh, I mean, sometimes that does work, but I think it was
kind of the everything for me in the movie, but it still was good.
Oh yeah.
Number 11 for Annabelle.
I'm so happy that Joe mentioned this movie to me, Megalomaniac. What a crazy, disturbing movie. Actually, Neal, I think you first mentioned it to me because Joe Castro recommended it.
No, Joe, I meant Joe Diablo. Joe here.
Joe Castro's great too, but you ended up talking with me about it, and it was just crazy. It was so dark. I mean, this is the new bordering, is this something where people are gonna be like, oh, it's torture porn or not? Because it's really, really screwed up. But it is beautifully shot. It does delve into, where does a person get pushed to the edge where they go evil? There's just a lot going on there. It's just creepy as hell. It's gross. It's disturbing. It does not make you feel good at all. There's
It's definitely not an easy watch.
No, it's not.
Vibes to it. It's not. There's some really, really, really hard stuff in there. So when I throw out I'm not one that easily throws around this torture porn thing, but I get what people mean when they say it. And I think if you are a person that uses that label, you probably shouldn't watch it.
Yeah,
honestly,
it is unbelievably hard to watch. It is very disturbing. It was the reason it's not on my list this year is it was my number one film because I reviewed it during its festival cycle last year. So I was an early adopter and was just like, holy crap. The word I use to describe it is grim. It is grim. And it is literally dark. The blacks in that film, the shadows are blacker than black. I don't know how they did it. It is just gorgeous, but at the same time, so wrong.
Yeah, I love the two. It's actually higher on my list, and very dark, very grim. I'm not even exactly sure what the end exactly meant, and it kind of makes me want to watch it again because I only saw it one time.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah, I do too. So
because it's definitely there's this monstrous, not spiritual, like religious spiritual, but that kind of like a hint about demons and monsters that kind of runs through it. Oh, we've got Neal Phillips in the chat, says looking good, Alok.
Neal? Okay.
I don't know Neal Phillips. Do you know a guy named Neal Phillips? Seems
of
to
course.
know you.
I feel like it. It's very familiar to me, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm bad with everything.
That's fair. You know a lot of people, Alok, so I'm sure you meet them.
I try to be friendly to everyone.
You're number 11, Alok.
My number 11 is The Sacrifice Game. Jen Wexler, who you had on recently, and the amazing producers. I'm friends with all the producers on it, so what can I tell you? But I went to the premiere here in LA at the Draft House, and everyone had a great time. And it was something I'd read actually on the script level, and I was thinking about trying to help out with. So I was really glad that it actually translated very well from the script to actually the screen. The producing team on it, Heather Buckley, is amazing. She did The Ranger along with Jen. It was who else? Philip Kalen Haju, and then also Albert Melamut. The cast was really, menacing. It was part Charles Manson family kind of thing going on, and then they throw kind of a grenade and
it takes a different turn that you don't expect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a nice tables turn, like cat and mouse. The hunted becomes the people being hunted start hunting other people, and like Peter Polk, our buddy again, also produced it. He's a producer on 1BR, just to let you know. And like I said, we're working on something TV thing with actually Eduardo Sanchez. Funnily enough. So anyway, I enjoyed the film. It's look, you're as you go through my list, let's say, and probably most of a lot of your list, and it's not, you're gonna find out there's a lot of shit from Shudder on here, right? And I swear they should be paying you money right now because goddamn, this is the reason you get Shudder, because every year consistently they deliver a lot of these films that maybe wouldn't have had a chance or maybe wouldn't have been as big, and to be fair, they're giving them bigger and bigger theatrical openings. It used to be like this shitty I'll give you 2-3 theaters around the country, but now they're legit going to 500-600 theaters and stuff. So these films are actually getting seen, and the theatrical experience is so important for horror movies, frankly.
100%.
So anyway, that's my 2 cents. And like I said, Boston, you get to see the movies in those 2 AMCs because they're opening them wide enough, right?
Yeah,
I don't have to go to the Draft House.
It'll come up, Shudder Original, before.
I can go to the goddamn Regal down the street from me in Sherman Oakstown and see these movies, which is lovely, Anyway, so that's my 2. That's my number 11, The Sacrifice Game.
Yeah, it's on my honorable mention. It was on and off. It was actually really hard for me to narrow it down to 13. One of the best opening scenes, I think, of the year. Maybe my favorite opening scene. The long shot of.
There was one reviewer who said that was a shitty opening shot, and I was like,
really?
guy's a fucking moron. I'm never trusting what he only.
Yeah, I was like, even if you didn't like the rest of the movie, I don't know how you could say like that opening shot was
I
bad.
mean, every shot was fun. It was a nice throwback.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Everyone all right? Yeah.
I'm all
Yeah.
right.
Okay. Yeah. Number 11. By the way, Heather Buckley. Before I stopped drinking many years ago when I was in London, I went drink into different pubs in London with Heather Buckley.
You did a pub crawl with Heather Buckley.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I love Heather Buckley. Heather Buckley and I talk about like punk rock shit all the time.
I don't really know Heather. I think we met once, and then there's like we're in like the circles, right? So we're kind of like
she's a awesome Jersey girl. She took me to understand the diner experience, like the diner life.
She cracked on our diner. Like,
oh yeah, the one we really liked in New Jersey.
Well, girlfriend knows.
Oh yeah, because Alok tagged her in that post actually. I remember, yeah. But yeah, it was me, Heather Buckley, and a few other people. Barbie Wild, Tim Dry, and
yeah, nice.
Emma Dark. It was a good time, and Jason Mitten too was there. But no, we like Jason. So my number 11. People are gonna wonder what's going on here. Bathtub Shark Attack. So I see the poster for this, and I'm like, I know what kind of movie this is, and it's probably not for me, but I'm sure it's fun. So I'm watching it. It is partly that kind of movie, a shark that's coming out of the toilet and all these things. But it's got Lynn Lowry, another amazing performance by Lynn Lowry, and it goes in completely different territory than you would ever expect and gets incredibly weird. And I was like, I think I love this movie, Bathtub Shark Attack, and I don't even really want to say too much about it other than it's not like a sci-fi,
not a sci-fi original.
No, it's a much different movie, and it's really wild and very weird. And I think Lynn Lowry is very cool to star in a lot of these weird, very, very indie horror films. And from what I understand, she does them because she likes them. She likes, she likes the script. She'll do them. And so that's cool. And she'll be on the show soon. So that's very exciting.
Nice.
Bathtub Shark Attack. I'm not seeing a place where we can view Bathtub Shark Attack.
Bathtub Shark Attack. Yeah. I played it one night we played it on the show.
Too scary.
The Madeline Deering, the director, let us play it. We couldn't keep it up or anything, but we played it one night. It was fun.
Too scary for me. My phobia from childhood is sharks like materializing in the shower.
That's what happens. It's a shark that comes through the shower and through the plumbing in the house. Yeah.
I can't do it.
But there's a lot more that's going on. It's got a little 1BR vibe to it. It's completely different than what you're going to think.
Maybe we could watch it together sometime, and you could warn me.
You
warned me about the Bill Whedon scene. You can warn me.
Fair enough. I think Alok might be with you on the Bill Whedon scene and the Once and Future Smash.
He's very excited in his hotel room.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't wait for you speak. I mean, I know you don't want to plug it yourself, but Once in Future Smash, I've been seeing that Kickstarter going crazy. I feel like you're gonna hit that 15,000 mark, and if anyone, just look it up, Kickstarter, Once in Future Smash, give that movie some money because the people need to see it. They need to see it.
Thank you, Alok. And I made an easy link. It's withoutyourhead.com/touchdown, and it'll bring you to the Kickstarter.
Nice. It's perfect.
All right, so let me grab Todd. Not grab him, but we'll grab his video here.
Hey, welcome back to me. Oh, goodness, this time the Suspiria VHS release poster from Magnum Video back in the mom and pop video days. And oh yes, looky here. 1979 heavy metal calendar. Now, I've been reading Heavy Metal magazine since its first issue in 1977. I was not pleased with the movie. That's another story. But after all these years, just recently I had to give it up. $15 a month. Number 11, Founders Day. Directed by Eric Bloomquist. Now, there's going to be the inevitable comparisons to Scream and, of course, Thanksgiving. But this film officially was done and screened a bit in 2023, so that's why I'm considering it this year. And so you can't say it copied Thanksgiving. It's not even the same thing as Scream, but it is better than all of Scream sequels combined. Yeah, Founders Day. Someone in a weird judge wig and mask running around with a very incredible gavel. You'll see what that is when you see it. And people are getting killed. There are secrets. Who's the killer? Everyone's a suspect. In a way, it is very much an American giallo or Canadian. Anyway, Founders Day. I've been recommending this highly to anyone who was just strolling into Thanksgiving and thinking that was the greatest thing ever. Founders Day. Yeah.
All right, Founders Day, which actually does have a theatrical release in January. So
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
this month.
So maybe it'll be our favorite film of 2024.
Yeah, it could be. That's why it is a little tricky with like the festival films, because sometimes like Diablo
I feel like it sounds and looks exactly like Thanksgiving, though, doesn't it? Like, I mean, I just from the little poster and his description of it, like, we'll see. I mean, look, I'll see it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Are you
I got
seen
to
it, Todd?
see the screener.
Oh, okay.
You know how like there's always like two asteroid movies and like
Right.
Deep Impact got there faster, but goddamn, the Michael Bay movie was better. But I feel like this could be the case with this too. Who knew we needed both of these movies? But
Two CGI animated ant movies. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, this is what we're dealing with in this this day and age.
Let's see. Now we're in the top 10.
Ooh.
Justin.
Alrighty, so my number 10, going back to what Alok said about Shudder movies, When Evil Lurks. This was showing in theaters near me when it came out, but I did not get around to it just because I spend a lot of money for Halloween activities, so I was kind of having to pick and choose what I did and didn't do. But no, fantastic movie that it honestly just surprised me from the word go with how far they were willing to take things with these, graphic attack scenes that just like literally the minute I saw a little girl get taken off screen by a dog, like literally bitten in the head and pulled off screen, I was like, okay, there's no limits to what this movie's gonna do, and I'm all for it. But god damn. And then
they break a lot of taboos in this film.
That is a bleak movie.
Very.
I'm pretty sure me doing this right now when you were talking about the kid is probably exactly what I did in the theater, only in the theater I was loud and people were like, I'm sorry, it's not like it's real. It's hilarious. Come on now.
I saw this in the movie theater twice. I'll say that. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, dude, yes.
I actually had to rewind that part. I was like, wait, did I... 10 seconds. What the fuck?
So spoiler. It's a lot higher on my list, but
me as well.
Same here.
Annabelle and I'm glad that it made everyone's list then. And Annabelle and I got to see it in the theater. I really think Damien Rigna is like, as Annabelle said on the show, like a new master of horror. I'm really
I 100% agree. Fucking Terrified. Come on now.
Yeah,
Terrified.
I hadn't seen it before, and I went and watched it because of.
We were talking about it. I was like, you need to see that movie right now, dude. Like, it was the thing where I was like, that movie scared me in the middle of the day. Terrified.
It made you terrified.
It did.
Yeah.
So I couldn't resist.
Literally.
But yeah, it's not the feel good movie at
No,
all.
no.
And Damien is super humble. Like
Yeah.
because we were really telling him how, and he like almost doesn't believe that like people actually like his stuff. So it's cool to see.
Here's the thing, like somebody like that, like you wish that someone would just roll up and just say, "Here's a blank check, do what you want to do." But
And
you
walk
know,
away.
and they should, but like like at some point the studio is gonna come calling, and they're gonna be like, "Hey, I want you to do the remake of Pet Cemetery," and then it's gonna fuck up his life. Like,
Yeah, that was part of the conversation we had with him. Is there's a possibility that people are going to want to make this for an American audience in English.
yeah, I listened to that. They said they wanted to remake an English version of it.
Yeah.
And
No.
they just recently did that with another Shudder movie, plugging Shudder again. But what is it? Speak No Evil.
Yeah.
They made James McAvoy starring in it. Apparently, it's a hard R. Like they tested it in Burbank, I know, a couple of weeks ago, and then right after they did that, like it came out that it's going to be a very hard R. Even though I think it's Blumhouse that's involved in some way. I think.
Oh God.
But I think it's Sony though. I think it's Sony, and who knows? So I mean, look, the fact that they're cool to go for a hard R is great. It's great, and because if they're doing like a shot-for-shot remake, it's going to be tough for some of the American audiences for this kind of movie. It's very European in its sensibilities.
Speak No Evil was amazing. That was on my list last year.
Yeah, top three last year, actually. It's uncomfortable as fuck, that movie.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
We're a very verbally liberated show. Speak as you may.
Neal actually says he knows Alok from the Shudder Facebook group with Daniel Carlson.
Oh, okay, cool.
And he's going to show 1BR to a friend tomorrow. Fantastic film.
Oh, thank you so much. It's called what is it? 1BR apartment. It's called It's called something different in England. I don't know why I'm fucking it up. Apartment 1BR, I think. Apartment 1BR. But anyway.
All right. So
thank you, Neal.
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, that Neal, yeah.
Neal.
So
that was about you, Neal.
Annabelle likes that comment. So that was Justin's 10. Thank you, Justin. Joe's number 10.
Okay, my number 10 is a documentary, and it's actually a 4-part documentary. It is extremely a wonderful deep dive. It will take you a long time to watch because each of these is at least an hour and a half or so long, or close to that. But they're worth it. They're highly entertaining. And it's RoboDoc, which is about the making of RoboCop. I have never seen anything so wonderfully thorough and fun. And even if you think you know everything about the movie, you do not. They literally touch space with almost every single person who, I'm surprised they didn't have the craft service guy telling stories. It's
where is it available? Is it available yet, or is it something coming out?
Amazon Prime.
It's already out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is so enjoyable. It is, if you love RoboCop and who doesn't, it is every single actor, and they're all telling they're smack talking each other nonstop, and it's wonderful.
In a friendly way, or like, fuck that guy?
Oh, no. And everybody's like, I'll cop to that. And leading the pack is Weller and Verhoeven, and the two of them, it's like Battle of the Weirdos. It's so amazing. You do not realize how weird Peter Weller is.
The group who made that, they did the Never Sleep Again, the really long documentary on Nightmare on Elm Street, which are great. They've done a lot of really good documentaries.
It's brilliant. It's so worth your time.
Yeah, I have not watched that actually, and I remember your glowing review that's up on the website, so I need to check this out. Annabelle, you're number 10.
I put in Saint Drogo.
Oh, nice. That's
Yeah,
also my honorable mentions. Yes.
Yeah, I love that I mean, it's, I don't know if you can call it folk horror, but it has that vibe. It's this natural landscape. There's isolation, there's cult, there's gore, there's innocent people getting pulled into dark spaces. And I really like that. I thought it was a very different kind of film. That it is. It was funny because I saw an IMDb review that criticized it for it being just gay guys, and it's like, why? Why? And I don't know if that's because people don't know that, like, it's kind of near P-Town, and I don't know if everybody.
It does take place in Provincetown.
Yeah. So maybe only Massachusetts people or people who've been to P-Town is Provincetown in Massachusetts, which really that's where
I'm very close to it. So yeah,
that's where people who are gay go to hang out. It is a gay-friendly community. I mean, it's not even gay-friendly. It is like, that is where people go. But it's a huge vacation town as well, and they play on that. Like, in the summer, maybe this place is fine. Just generally, people go and have a good time and then leave. But then in the winter, if people have been out on any of these vacation places that has a summer season and a winter season,
very much like where I live.
Yeah, the same here. Like, I grew up around that. Winter time on these beach coastal places in New England, because it's so cold, is so bleak. It's so depressing. It's like the people that are still living there are living there probably because they have to, or they've got some amazing place. Either you're super rich and you've got the most amazing place, or you're screwed and you're in like a shack. So maybe that's part of what drew me into it, is because it is a New England film as well. So that resonates with me too. And I mean, the Joe Castro effects were very excellent as well. So yeah, it was a great movie.
I have to check that one out.
I really liked it.
Cool.
Yeah, I was a big fan, and one of the best endings of the year.
Yeah, it was awesome. Awesome gore.
All right, number 10 for Alok.
All right. People are gonna hate me for this, but I had to put Megan in. Megan entertained the shit out of me. I was sitting in the theater, opening night. The audience is losing their fucking minds. It was like a great horror theatrical experience. We know the writer as well, so we had to give it to her for that. But I was just so, it's funny. Every January, a lot of years, there's just that one movie that kind of breaks through. And I'm glad, because like I like audiences coming to see horror movies in the theater, and I like to see horror movies making money and out fucking doing these fucking shitty tentpole Marvel pieces of shit. That it makes me it warms my black heart. So I have to put that in there. And I'm not gonna say anything. You saw the movie, you know what it's about.
Oh, yeah.
I could try to do the dance for you, but I'm not going to. So there we are. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm done with it.
My number 10. I'm actually glad Todd's not here, because I know he would be very mad that I have this on my list, and I know some people listening will probably not be happy either. But I have Nefarious on my list, and I know it's a Christian horror movie, and some people will be against that in general. But I think it's a very thought-provoking film. It asks a lot of questions. I don't even agree with the filmmakers. And I reached out to him, and we had him on the show, and I put that in the email. Like, we're liberal people. We don't actually agree with the messages necessarily, but it was presented in a way that I thought that was well done. And Sean Patrick Flannery gives an amazing performance in the movie. And the very end is the only thing that I think took the movie down for me. It's a little too on the nose, and it gets too. The very end is preachy, which is unfortunate, because this movie isn't. But Nefarious, I really liked it a lot. It's basically just two people talking. It's the setup is there's a serial killer, and the psychiatrist comes in to talk to him to see if he's the serial killer says like he's possessed by the devil, and so the psychiatrist comes in to see if he is actually insane, criminally insane or not, and it's just the back and forth, and the serial killer trying to manipulate the psychiatrist, and it's really well done. I liked it a lot, and I like that I don't necessarily agree with a lot of stuff in the movie, but I still like the movie.
It's my honorable mention, and I like Megan too, Alok.
I like Megan too. Actually, it almost was on my list again, honorable mention, and it was just a really fun movie.
It was.
It was complete fun. I saw it twice.
Yeah, I did too. Actually, I think I went to see it, and then yeah.
I went to see it twice as well, so don't feel any shame about that.
I don't know. I just feel like we should be giving people better horror movies that like it's more obscure. They can't get that, but like.
Honestly, that's probably why I took off the list, but I really liked it, and I did have it on my list for most of the time here when I was going back.
I was kind of back and forth on it, but I was like, you know what? Did it deliver an excellent theater-going experience?
It did.
And did you go
100%.
see it twice? And were you entertained the second time just as much as the first time?
Yeah.
The answer was yes. The answer was yes. And a friend of a friend wrote it, so we gotta give them props.
Yeah,
hopefully she made a bunch of money off it.
It's fun. It's good. Yeah.
And she was scary too. Like she was scary. She was terrifying.
Yeah.
So
I want to see Allison Williams make a comeback too, right? Like this girl, come on.
Yes.
She's doing a bunch of shit recently. This brought her back, in some way. To her Get Out sort of fame, and girls. God. Sorry, next.
All right, here is 10.
I can't believe he doesn't have diabetes now.
Rat number 10. And this just keeps changing. And Russell's Salome's Last Dance. I was going to put up the poster for Lair of the White Worm, but that one rolled and would not have been as easy to put up as this one. But still, it's beautiful. And now, I'm not exactly a huge fan of A Clockwork Orange, but I have this original lobby card up here on display to make y'all freaking jealous. On to number 10, Megalomaniac, directed by Karim Roulage. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. A French language film from Belgium. A brother and sister living in a decrepit mansion. And while the sister does go out to work in a factory, she's very much a prisoner in her home when she's there. And she's a prisoner at work because she's abused by coworkers. A lot about having something of your own. A pet, if you will. This even involves cannibalism. It's disturbing. It's dark. It's grim. I fell in love with it. That's my number 10, Megalomaniac.
I love him so much. Every single thing he's done, I've seen. I'm like, I love him so much.
and if he thinks just that photo is something I'm jealous of, everything that you see behind that guy, I'm jealous of.
All right, number 9. Justin.
So, my number 9 is Evil Dead Rise. This is another one of those that I was not really all that interested in. There was a lot of people going nuts about the movie early on because they were like, "Oh, it's an Evil Dead movie in an apartment complex. That's so original." And I'm like, "It's fucking Demons 2. I don't care." But then I did end up seeing it with a friend of mine that wanted me to go see it with him, and I fell in love with it. And then I ended up seeing it a second time with Treacherous Trista, actually, as a birthday gift. So it's it was a good birthday outing, and it was a gory good time in theaters. I loved it, and it's basically the first Evil Dead if it was mixed with Lamberto Bava's Demon 2, but that's not a bad thing.
No, I think it's a really fun movie. I enjoyed it a lot. I like it. You know, it's a lot of the. I like that a lot of the. It's a lot from the original Evil Dead, but set in a house. Like instead of the bridge falls down, you know, the elevator shaft is out, and you know it hits all the same things. And I like that it's a little more serious, but it's also got some dark comedy. I don't know. I thought it worked. I liked it.
I have it actually higher on my list. So yeah.
Oh,
whatever.
sweet. Yeah.
I love the actress who played the mother.
She's great.
Oh wow.
Oh, I will tell you a funny story real quick. So I went to the Universal Halloween Horror Nights with Naomi Grossman, and she plays like Pepper in like American Horror Story, and she's in 1BR. So we were going there. We were both going there, and she's getting me like some kind of VIP front of the line kind of bullshit. So we were waiting in this like line, and who's there but that actress who plays the mother, right? And she, Naomi wanted to take a picture. They're friends from horror conventions. They go to horror conventions a lot together. And they were just in Germany together or something. And so she's like, "Can I take a picture with you?" And like, I'll post it on my socials, and we can, you know, whatever. She's like, "Oh no, don't. I don't. My sister-in-law doesn't know I'm here." She was like, and I was like, all right, so you're gonna go on the Evil Dead ride, right? And are you gonna tell them that you're here? Because there's like 4 different. I already been in this year to that whole thing, and I was like, there's 4 or 5 different girls dressed up as you, playing you in the thing. I'm sure they would love to know that they're trying to scare the girl that they're playing. You know. So, but she was like, yeah, I'm gonna take pictures. They already know ahead of time. I'm gonna take some pictures with them. So that was kind of cool.
That's cool. That recent purchase, actually. I got it on Blu-ray.
Oh, nice.
Just at the end of this year, after the holiday season.
Yeah, I actually saw this one twice in the theater too. I went to see it, and then Annabelle and I went to see it. So it was cool.
Nice. I did too.
And we on the show we had the woman who plays the mom, but the body double, so she plays her as the Deadite. Yeah. Awesome. Pretty wild. Diablo Joe, you're number 9.
Okay, this is a film from Korea, from Japan, The Sound of Summer, and it's one of the films that I reviewed this year. Very, very on the edge of experimental, about a young woman who becomes obsessed with this bug man, this cicada man. And cicadas are very important to Japanese culture. And during the summer, if you've ever been in an area that is prone to cicadas, that sound can be really intense. And in Japan, I guess it is exceedingly, during their hot summers, and their summers get very hot, just can drive people mad. And that's what happens, but it becomes even more surreal, strange, and you're not sure what's reality and what's not. And it's really, really something fresh and different, and just very, very, very unique, and a really, really well done film. Very creepy.
Was that the first one you did the audio review for? Or it was one.
It was one of the very first ones.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, there was 2 Asian ones, I think.
Yeah,
I think the first one was also an Asian movie, but it was.
Yeah. It was no. I think it was the second one because it was me playing around adding the little buzz in there.
Dave Bailey, I'm finishing off Day of the Cicada. Is that how you say it? Cicada? VFX. I should have it coming out in 2024. Very good. Dave's a good guy. He was at our premiere in Hollywood. Number 9, Annabelle.
Myself, I put in Crumbcatcher with Rigo Garay, who I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Exceptional. When it started out, it was it definitely has. I don't think Larry Fessenden is directly involved, but it's his people that are there. So like Chris Scotchpadole, Rigo, John Sparadakis,
and the director you just mentioned, he actually was I believe the cinematographer on Blackout.
So it's another one of these. I think a few of these have come up in this list. Is a lot of these things that happen in a very small space. Most of the film happens in this very small space. It's Rigo's character. He is in a couple. He's kind of doesn't match. It's like this woman who has this very big lifestyle, very wealthy family. He's like kind of coming in from the side, and they end up getting married. It's this big wedding. There's a guy there who is kind of pastoring them. He's like not a waiter, but that kind of role. And he's pastoring them. And he's nice, but he's too much. And he's saying, "Oh, I'll bring you the cake." And something went wrong with the cake, and he would take care of it. And he's just creepy. And so they're trying to kind of like kindly shush him and make him go away. They end up going to where they're going to have their kind of honeymoon. It's this, someone's home, and they're going to go there. And you find out that the creepy dude is actually, he's not there to kill them. He's not there to rob them. He's there to make a sales pitch for a product. And that product is dumb. And everyone knows it's dumb except for that guy. And he's just incredibly passionate about his crumb catcher idea. And it is so bizarre, but that is John Sparadakis. And he is amazing as this weird, creepy dude. He's kind of like a pathetic, so you partially feel bad for him, but he's also like this terrible person. And he's hard to witness. And all the stuff that comes, he has a girlfriend, maybe not a girlfriend, and seeing how the two protagonists are trying to, what do they do to get out of this, because they're being held hostage about this product. And it's just such a bizarre movie. It was very unique. It gets pretty dark, graphic. It was just very clever. I've not seen anything like it. It was very unique. So Crumb Catcher was my number 9.
It's a good pick. Again, very cool people, all part of the Larry Fessenden circle we were talking about earlier. Troy actually sent me his 13, but I suggested next week when he comes on, he can give us 13.
What?
Or I can run them down if you want.
Yeah, at least he can describe them next time. But what was his up till 9?
So his 13 was Renfield. His 12 was Haunting in Venice, which that's actually a cool one. That wasn't on any of ours. 11, Husera the Bone Woman. 10 is, I haven't seen that. I saw it was in a lot of people's list. 10 was VHS 85, which I had on mine. And 9 was Satanic Hispanics. So that's all right. You're number 9, Alok. Uh-oh.
Up again.
But I'll just say exactly what you said before. Like, you get to learn a little bit more. There's more kind of feeling with this one. Like, you do get to, sort of feel, the pain that our, villain / hero is going through, more so than you have for any other film, I want to say. It's a little different, kind of turns it on its ear a little bit. And, I completely enjoyed the, experience of seeing it once. I didn't feel like I needed to see it multiple times. I'll say that. I just felt like it was a good addition to the, the library, and I'm curious to see if they can keep the momentum up. They already, said, the other one's coming out, I guess, this next year again.
I think that's a good point, because sometimes, like you said, I haven't really cared about Saw movies in forever. I just go see them just because I see every horror movie that comes out, but it's like, whatever. But this one actually made me interested in seeing the follow-up, which is what, the reboot should actually do.
Lionsgate always figures a way to beat something to death, so I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic, if anything. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, but it does. For the first time, I've been like, I would actually like it. The only thing that was weird, I actually then saw after it I'd seen it before, but I watched it again, and I was like, I know this is supposed to take place between Saw and Saw 2, and there's not much you can do, but he is much, much, older than he is.
Yeah.
Which we,
Yeah,
but
obviously.
that it's fine.
We're not gonna go frame by frame and take out his fucking lines.
Yeah,
It's like gonna be a bit.
We don't need the CG.
I read it. Actually read an interview with the director about that. The fact that here it is, however many years since the second film, and you know, to do the de-aging, they were just worried about it not working.
I think this works better. Just don't even worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I mean, we know it's a movie anyway.
The audience,
just run with it.
The audience wanted to go with it. Like they didn't care. Like they wanted to like kind of root for this guy. So it works. It works.
Because if you see that de-aging that doesn't work, it actually just takes you out of the movie, as opposed to like forgetting about it.
Irishman.
Thank you.
I actually love The Irishman, but it especially the one scene where De Niro's like beating the guy up, it just does not work.
They didn't look any younger. They look like old men still. Like
I've never seen it work with the new Indiana Jones film.
Oh well, that actually looked pretty good. Weird.
I actually thought
really well done.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what The Irishman was supposed to be, but they actually accomplished the goal.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, anyway, how much
Not a horror movie, but did we all like Indiana Jones?
I liked it.
I enjoyed it better than.
Your audio went. Oh, there we
go. I'm the only one in this group that did not see it.
Oh, really?
I was just like, you know what? Last one felt like.
Well, it's much better than the previous.
Oh, God.
Yeah, the last one was such a big piece of shit. Like, you know, it didn't have to do much to, you know, whatever.
This
is a much better send off.
It still wasn't enough for me to say that there's any other Indiana Jones film other than Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Number 9, we Annabelle had on her list, and that is Unwelcome, and so we remember that. I hope people check that out. Let's go to. I almost just played it without sharing it. Let's see Todd's number 9.
Neal Jones. That's yours truly. And get yours today.
Hell yeah.
Oh, look. The original impressive one sheet for Maniac. Something, huh? We're on to number 9. But guess what? This is a special double feature. Renfield and the Devil. 2 maniacal Nicolas Cage films. Renfield, directed by Chris McKay with Nicolas Cage, Nicholas Hoult, and just insane. A bloody, rollicking good time. Oh, yes. Aquafina's in there, too. Always a plus. Sympathy for the Devil, directed by Yuval Adler. I hope I pronounced that right. And that is Nicolas Cage and Joel Kinnaman. It's basically a two-hander, a two-person movie. And it's intense, it's insane, and it's amazing. That's number 9.
Very good. All right.
Sympathy for the Devil does not have Aquafina in it.
I've not seen it.
But you know what? It might have been a little better if it did have Aquafina in it. I'm just saying.
Playing a bird.
Yeah, as a blue.
Playing a bird, right? Like formula works. You know what we need here? We need some more Aquafina playing a fucking bird. that studio exec meeting. I can just see it.
Oh God.
Get me a pitch meeting.
Oh my God. But can we put some more Aquafina as a bird? It worked so well the first time. All right, sorry. Go. Let's go.
No worries. Number 8.
I got a kid waiting over there.
If you need to go, we understand.
Why don't you?
Well, no. Let's just go as far as we can, and then I'll.
Okay.
At a certain point, I'll just fucking vomit it, like you know.
All right, that works.
So we're on number 8.
Yeah.
Alrighty, my number 8 is VHS 85. I saw this also a little late. It took me a little bit to get around it. I saw it on Thanksgiving weekend, actually on Thanksgiving night. And so far, I've only seen this and the first VHS. I actually do like the first VHS. But this I do like better. And in fact, one of the things that I did love was that the first story sets up something so interesting that when it cuts off, I'm like, okay, please tell me that's not the end of it. And then sure enough, there's another story later that picks that back up and kind of shows you another side of that same story, which is something I don't think I've seen an anthology done. I don't think I've seen an anthology do. So that's pretty unique for my money. But then you have the one story that was a little weak for me, just because of the way that they shot it, was the last one that was an 8mm, 16mm story that was like all about a police investigation. It was done by the people that did Sinister. And I like what's going on in it, but there's just something about the stylistic choices that they put into that I felt kind of took away from the VHS franchise style, which was just to basically keep everything contained in the point of view from like whoever's filming. And the fact that it had like angles and shots that, you know, cut back and forth, it kind of just, I don't know.
I agree. When you do anything like that, you have to stick to your rules, I think.
Exactly. That's more or less what I was trying to say, but had a hard time getting the words out.
No, it's fine.
But, you know, otherwise, it was a great movie, though.
Yeah, and some really weird effects and stuff. It was a good time. Good one. Number 8 for Diablo Joe.
Okay, and this is another Asian film. This one from Korea, and you were right. That was Sound of Summer was my first. This was my second of the audio reviews. Sarai, which is directed by Kang Park. I just incredibly emotionally effective folk horror about a father, a new father, and the suspicion or the superstition in Korea that the first 21 days following a birth, you are not supposed to do anything to jinx the child. That you have to be very careful. Certain things that you do. There's separation with the mother and the baby are kept separate. And he goes to a funeral, and the family looks at it, and his wife look at him and says he's damned that child then as a result and cursed it. And just the performance from the lead, I won't try and pronounce his name because I know I'll mispronounce it. The performance from the lead actor as the father is just painful to watch because he's so... There's close-ups of his face, and it's this subtle emotion that he shows, and you just feel every ounce of the doom that he feels that he's brought to his family, and it's unbelievably effective, gorgeously photographed, just really moody and something completely unique.
Good choice. I remember your review of this, and that was something I would like to check out. A lot of feel-bad movies on these lists.
Oh, yeah. We're getting there.
And that can be seen on Prime Video as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Number 8, Annabelle.
My number 8 is Suitable Flesh. This was great. I was very fortunate to be able to see this at the H.P. Lovecraft Film Festival. It's my people. It was so fun. It was so true to Gordon. There was a nice little intro from Joe Lynch because people couldn't be there. The people that could be there couldn't really talk about it. Yeah, it was just fantastic. It was really fun. I was super impressed with Heather Graham. Everybody had great delivery in their roles. It was just a crazy, perfect thing. It just, if you like Reanimator, if you like his stuff, if you like that other one, From Beyond.
From Beyond.
From Beyond, yes. It just goes so well with them. And you could tell that everybody involved truly loved it, truly wanted to be a part of it. and I recommend.
I have not
Oh,
seen it yet. It's one I want to see. So
Yeah.
A psychiatrist becomes obsessed with one of her young patients, who she later discovers is linked to an ancient curse. That's a pretty vague. Oh, Bruce Davidson's in it too, and he's awesome. He's a horrible evil man. There's a lot of body jumping in it. It's just
yes, one I've not seen yet. I would like to see it. Joe Lynch, another guy who was on the show early on and Without Your Head, I think 2007. So it's always cool to see him doing well.
Was that a little?
You gotta love Joe Lynch. I mean, he's got a great dad, and he also liked 1BR quite a lot. He wrote us a really nice Twitter thing or whatever. And I'll say this about Heather Graham: I met her at Sundance at a party one time in a house. It was like a house party, and she was super hot. Like this is like kind of like circa Boogie Nights, like Heather Graham and this and that. And she had an Indian boyfriend, which made me think, I got a chance. I'm actually friends with her sister. I'm very good friends with her sister, weirdly, but they're estranged, so it's kind of a sad thing. But anyway, long story short, that's it. That's my take. That's it.
You're
next, I guess. I'm next.
Very hot in this movie too.
That's true.
No, I wanted to get it. I was like, yeah, I subscribe to all these things. I feel like it's gonna be on Shudder pretty soon.
It is currently on Prime.
I can't hear you.
It's currently on Prime.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I hear you. You good?
You can hear me? Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right, I can't hear you guys, but we'll see. Hello?
Hello?
Howdy.
Hello.
You can still hear me, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna go. My movie, because I'm next, right? Is Influencer. Curtis David Harder. It's on once again on Shudder. Destination vacation horror movie. I feel like it's more of a thriller in some respects. It's kind of why you hate influencers and maybe Gen Z, probably. I really thought that the way this unfolded was kind of interesting. You think it's one thing, it kind of twists a little into something else. And Curtis David Harder is just getting, every film he's just getting better and better. He did a movie called Spiral. That's, I think, also on Shudder, which I thought was fantastic the year it came out. He produced a movie called Harpoon, which I thought was one of my favorites of that year when it came out. It's about these people trapped on not trapped on a boat. They're on a boat and then they get trapped and something happens and you'll see from there. But his work is getting better and better. And I thought this was, this is great to add to the list because I think he is one of those people that I'd love to see get a budget at some point and see what he can really do. So that's my number 8.
My number 8 is documentary. I Am Monsters, the Nicholas Vince documentary. Maybe not horror, but it's definitely horror related. And it follows Nicholas Vince from a kid and his surgeries he had, which really influenced who he became. And and Chatterer was not based on that, but Clive Barker knew about his background, and him being an openly gay guy in the gay man in the 70s and 80s, when I didn't even realize this was actually illegal in England at the time. So it's a really powerful, and it's stylized. It's it's not just a talking head documentary, just him sitting there, telling stories. So there's like some animation. There's some parts of him from his, because it was originally a one-man show, so they have some of that in the film. Just really powerful. And if you've ever met Nicholas or talked to him, he's just a really nice guy, and you get to see his whole story here. And some of the stories I'd heard before, but it's good to see him tell them in his own way, and some of the stuff I'd never heard before. And it's nice to see them all together in one package. So I really recommend I Am Monsters. Troy's number 8, and then we'll get to Todd's. Let's see. Number 8 for Troy is Project Wolf Hunting, which I'm not even sure what that is.
Cool name.
Yeah.
Right now.
It sounds good, Troy. We
So that's a fun one.
Wolf hunting.
Yeah. I think
Oh.
Alok just pretended not to hear us so he could duck out.
It follows dangerous criminals on a cargo ship who are transported from the Philippines to South Korea, and as they unleash a sinister force after an escape attempt leads to a riot. It's on Prime.
It's just mayhem. It's just absolute mayhem.
Oh, I'll have to check this out. Oh, by the way, thanks to Kat Katonic. This was a Christmas gift. It came a little late because she's in Canada.
Oh,
And it's like painted. It's pretty cool.
That looks dope.
putting my whipped cream, because there's so much of it, into my Christmas.
All right.
Oh.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to go check on the kid real quick and then
Oh, yeah.
come back. So she's good. She's still good. So we're good.
All right. We're
Keep
going
on
to
going.
go to
Todd.
Todd.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. You're really talking to me. Yeah. Oh, yes. The Anthony Perkins opus, Edge of Sanity.
I'm kind of jealous of that. It's pretty sweet.
Delightfully sick and quite classy. On to number 8. Video Shop, Tales of Terror. Got number 45 out of 250. It is an anthology done right by several directors, including M.J. Dixon, Michael Fausti, Sam Mason Bell, and others. It's just a load of fun. Martin W. Payne is the proprietor of the Video Dungeon, and all sorts of wondrous, weird things happen. And wow, watch out for that Paula Valentine. She stars in everything. And I'm proud to say that I've collaborated with Martin W. Payne in my short film, This Is How. This is a great anthology. There have been so many anthologies lately, but this one, it's a hoot.
All right. Very cool. Good man.
All right.
I've not seen this one either. Todd has a lot of interesting choices.
What was it? What was it
All
called
right.
again?
I'd have to rewatch, but I know it's an
Okay,
anthology.
that's
with
right.
Sam Mason Bell.
It just went real fast, and I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't write it down.
Same.
It was a long title too.
Can you rewind it?
Oh,
It'd be hard to rewind it because I didn't hear it either. The audience maybe would like to know.
All right, give me 1 second. I have to get it pulled back up
Yeah.
here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And who doesn't want to see Todd's cute face again?
All right, here we go. Maybe. All right, here we go.
Hey, guys. You're really talking to me. Yeah. Oh, yes. The Anthony Perkins opus, Edge of Sanity. Mwah. Delightfully sick and quite classic. On to number 8. Video Shop, Tales of Terror.
Video Shop Tales of Terror.
I love the name.
all right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Tales of Terror. Let's see.
All right.
You've got
Now
like
we're
17
to
movies. I got 17 movies on this list. It's amazing.
That's what's fun about this is
Yeah.
number 7. All right, now we're all out of order here. Let me move people around. Number 7, Justin.
So my number 7 is the Boogeyman. Yeah, not really much I can add to it. I like the scene with the red light in the psychiatrist's office, and I do like the way the movie starts. Just any movie that's willing to take a chance on killing a child in the beginning of the movie just lets you know that it is willing to go places, that most other horror movies might not. So that's, kudos to that movie. And I also just love, great cast. Everyone does their part well. The relationship between the two sisters is also great. It's just a well done little movie, It's and it was a nice Friday night movie. I caught it, I think, a week or two after it was out, but I had no regrets when I was in the theater watching it, and it kind of made the evening all the more better.
Now we know how to appeal to Justin. We gotta kill children.
Kill children.
Well, I mean, he's
I'm not gonna
saw
lie.
when evil lurks. I mean, there we are. It's like,
I mean, I almost clapped and cheered when the kid died at the beginning of it, chapter 1. I'm not gonna lie, but that's again, it goes along with that. Hey, you're going for it.
Yeah.
I gotta give you that.
It's not
There's
just
a reason why the man has 10 cats and not 10 children.
Neal, did we like that? Did we see that?
We did see it. We weren't. I didn't want to say anything. We weren't necessarily big fans, but I'm glad that Justin liked it.
I did not like that. I did not like that movie either. I mean, look, the main problem I had with it, it just relied so heavily on jump scares, and I was cheering for it. I did want it to succeed. I mean, the director who had done a Host, right? I love that film, so I was just like I had high hopes for this. Had the Stephen King name on it and stuff, and I was just like ready to see it, and everyone like kind of walked out and was like, so that was just fun.
No, that's why this is fun though. It's everyone is different. I'm sure some people aren't going to like a lot of mine. So. Number 7 for Joe.
Spoonful of Sugar. The LSD-driven tale of a crazy, au pair nurse for a absolutely just sad young boy who has been sheltered and coddled by his mother, and just unbelievably did not go where I expected it to go. Wonderfully directed by Mercedes Bryce Morgan. Morgan Saylor as the lead character is just freakishly bizarre. Her makeup, just so good. So much to like about it.
I've not even heard of this one, so it's interesting.
It's on Shudder. Our good friends at Shudder.
All right, yeah, I've heard of that place. Yeah.
If they don't give you a fucking sponsorship after, if they don't give you a sponsorship after this fucking episode, you should,
Amen to that.
Those guys.
Yeah,
really, really. That was really, really worthwhile. Very different.
cool. All right, 7, Annabelle.
This is where I put I Am Monsters. Like Neal, it's not a horror, but it has to do with horror, and it really is wonderful. Nicholas is a lovely man, and to hear about his tale and how, I mean, his surgery on his face, Neal alluded to it, but it was severe. He was so young and had such major surgeries on his face. I'll say that at one point he was old enough to, like, he was in his late teens and they did a surgery because his bones had grown enough, but they had to like detach within this part of his face. They had to like peel back his skin like Chatterer, and they detached in here, and he was in the hospital healing, laying there, and he felt like the upper part was floating. It was supposed to be attached, but it was floating, so he could feel that part of his teeth and face moving under his skin, which was horrifying to think about. And all the stuff he went through as a child, I just can't even imagine having your face worked on so much. He had an underbite corrected, all these different things, and has really been through a lot. That throughout his entire childhood, being like an odd child, and the bullying that comes with that, trying to come out as a gay man, just so many things he's had for challenges in life, and for him to go through all of that and just be such a lovely, lovely person. It's just wonderful. The storytelling's wonderful. He's a pleasure to listen to. He's got a great voice for it too.
Yeah.
Definitely recommend.
Alok, number 7.
Number 7 is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was so much fun for me. The film did a great job of including all the brilliant parts of the trailer, but making it different. actually.
Yeah, it didn't.
was kind of
sometimes
fun.
like that's all it gives away everything, and that's all you're left.
Yeah, like the Machete movie, not so good, but like this was excellent. And look, Eli Roth has done a brilliant job of basically just sort of replicating our childhood, but making it slightly wittier, better, a little wink to the camera, a little bit, stuff like that, a little sexy. He kind of gets it like perfect. Like his slashers, like whether it be Hostel or whatever else, they're always like punching above their weight, even though they're kind of very simplistic for what they are. It's a giallo. It's like, it's a Thanksgiving, it's a holiday themed movie, but that is a giallo that literally has, a very whodunit aspect to it, just like all giallos do. And it just does it very well, super entertaining. I tell you, I'm not even joking. And I didn't see it 4 times in the theater on purpose, but it just so happened that it just, sometimes I was like waiting on something in between things, and I was like, oh, this fits in perfectly. I'll fucking see it again. So, I didn't want to go all the way home, but it was a thing.
Yeah.
But I saw it literally 4 times in the theater, and I noticed little different things every single time I saw it. Entertained as fuck. Like, look, I feel like Cocaine Bear wanted to be this movie, right? Like if Cocaine Bear could have been slightly tweaked and better, it could have been as good as this movie. But this was like pleasurable horror. I mean, I thought it was much better than the Scream movie, by the way.
Oh,
I agree 100%.
I'm just done with this. I don't think I'm so happy the Scream movie got canceled. I want to fucking see it, and I knew I would end up seeing it.
Yeah,
I'd rather see number 2 of this than the next Scream movie for sure.
I agree.
Please, for the love of God, right? So anyway, that's my take.
It's actually much higher on my list. Absolutely love Thanksgiving.
Good for you.
Annabelle and I, as soon as like it starts, we were like laughing out loud because it's so enjoyable. And I think
Massachusetts too, and the Massachusetts humor is like it'd be easy to criticize humor based on where you are from. It's perfect. It's so perfect.
I mean, the lady who's the waitress, who's like just the bitchy waitress, and like everyone in that whole scene that kind of like converges on the actual mall. I mean, the Walmart thing or whatever. It's so fucking perfect. Like, I mean, it really is. Like
that could have been its own movie, the Black Friday movie. But yeah, it was so.
It could like a chef's kiss. Like
I think you nailed everything. I think it's a perfect, because sometimes people say like it's an homage to 80 slashers, but I think this is just a great slasher movie on its own. And it, like you said, it winks at the camera, but it's never a parody of a slasher movie. It's just like a really well done slash movie. Hits everything you want to see. Fun kills.
McDreamy is. I don't know, Pat McDreamy or whatever. He's great. Like in Yeah. I mean, everybody plays their part kind of perfectly, and I don't know. I saw it 4 fucking times. All right.
I'm glad. I remember putting up as soon as I saw it how much I loved it, and some of my horror friends were like, "Oh, this sucks." Blah blah. No, I think it's a really.
They don't know horror. They haven't seen My Bloody Valentine. They haven't seen fucking Dressed to Kill. I mean, it's a giallo. I mean, it really is a giallo. Yeah. It's a great kind of version of that. And I can't wait to see another one. Right?
That's another part is we have so many sequels to stuff that's so played out, like Halloweens and Screams, and we don't have like a new version of this. It's always like, let's remake all the stuff. And here we have a new slasher movie that I'm actually waiting to see more of.
And I think I'll just say this is number 5 on my list. I'll just say it now.
Look at you.
Because it is so good. It's so fun. When Neal and I did the review, we were both agreeing that it's not homage. This is its own thing. This is going to, it stands alone. It's got an amazing killer. This is, we were talking earlier about new master of horror. I think this is really it's a new worthy series for a slasher. I think
the thing about Eli is he does do kills very well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Right.
you look at
Oh,
like,
God.
Cabin Fever. You look at like, that one sequence in Cabin Fever where it just has the guy at the bowling alley, like killing people. Like, I mean, he's good at what he does, and he loves the genre. You can tell he appreciates it so much that he designed this movie very perfectly. Even though we already knew from the trailer what should be happening, he does a good job of like surpassing the trailer in
Yeah.
a lot of ways.
Yes.
Sorry.
My
Anyway,
mom went to
I'm
see.
talking too much.
My mom's a big horror fan, so she went to see it. But she went to see it with her friend Linda, who's not necessarily. She'll watch horror movies, but not. And they both had a good time. And her friend Linda was telling me, she's like, I felt bad, but I kept laughing, like when with the turkeys. I was like, yeah, it's great. Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do. Like,
This,
That was another one. I laugh out loud at horror movies in the theater. I'll be like, it's like a really loud, scary psycho laugh.
You know why you do that? I was a psycho bio major undergrad, right? And we talked about this in class, of this abnormal psychology class. And it was like, you do that because you're so uncomfortable that is the only recourse you have, because your body and your just the way you feel, you have to like release in some way. And for 9 times out of 10, especially people who watch a lot of horror movies, who are very well regulated, by the way, usually much better than other people, they say, just so you know. But they laugh. They laugh. That's how you release. Anyway.
Thanksgiving was on my top of the must-see list, because I had other things going on around Thanksgiving that stopped me from watching a lot of stuff. And now I'm like, I'm like, let's get this thing over with so I can go watch it.
And I don't think we can talk it up too much. I don't think we can be like, this is so awesome, and someone goes to see it and like disappointed. It delivers. It's great.
It delivers. I wish you could see it in the theater with an audience. That's the only thing I wish for you. Like, I wish you could have figured out some way to, yeah.
All right. So my 7's been brought up a couple times, I think, and that is Saw X. As I said, but we've all said, I think it's just, I think it's the best Saw sequel. And I like that you actually, care about him as a character, and like even the people he's killing, like you want him to do this, and it's a relatable thing. So Troy's number 7 is Brooklyn 45, which was
hell yeah.
And now we will go to Todd's.
Hey guys, next time we get together, how about a game of Swing and Slide? I've had this since 1973. Number 7. Hey, this one has Polyester's original one sheet poster up there because this was not a drag movie. And that is what I'm getting about the one I really love this year, Big Easy Queens. That is directed by Aaron Dalton, and it's just a wonderful, colorful, kind of giallo, but humorous with musical numbers. It's got everything. And in this, the people in drag are actually to be believed as female characters, like divine ones. It's 2 mob bosses in New Orleans. They're both female, thus Big Easy Queens, or the double entendre. And it involved voodoo and just all kinds of things. It's gory, it's funny, it's entertaining, and it made me smile. I had so much fun with this one, which is why I'm also including in number 7 the short film Fucking Nuts, directed by Sam Fox, because that would make a wonderful short film to play right before Big Easy Queens. And Fucking Nuts is basically about a gal, Sandy, who's basically breaking up with her boyfriend because she's not wanting to introduce him to her parents because things just don't work out when she brings a guy home. And you'll see this one had me smiling. These two together basically made my year. Just a great time. You got to see these, and it's not as easy to see fucking nuts because short films don't have such a wide way of getting access to them. But this one also indeed made me happy, like when I saw Astral Plane Drifter. And that one, I got to say, is amazing because Mike Caravella has turned it into a feature film, which will be out in the spring of 2024. And yours truly plays 2 roles in it. But Astral Plane Drifter, what I'm getting at, was one of those short films that was a surprise. It made you smile. Fucking Nuts did the same thing. And then right into Big Easy Queens. Who needs sex when you got this much fun? Okay, that was number 7.
I wish he could be here live. That's
Oh my
amazing.
God.
Yeah. I'm glad at least he's here somehow.
In
So
spirit.
Yeah.
number 6. Yeah. Number 6, Justin.
So number 6 has been mentioned quite a few times already. It's Saw 10
Oh,
or Saw X, whichever we want to go with. It's actually the only Saw sequel I've seen. I saw it after the people were boasting that it was gorier than Terrifier 2, and there was also the possibility that they would hand out.
It's not.
No,
yeah.
Terrifier 2 is definitely.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then there was a possibility of like a Saw X barf bag that I heard advertised as being at some theaters for people that weren't able to handle it. So I was like, that would be neat to kind of like come away with after the screening, if the movie also works out, being good and such. My theater did not know anything about that, so that was a bummer, but I still got a good movie out of it. And I mean, the thing that made that even better was the audience, because I can tell you this audience probably did not see Terrifier 2 because they were squirming at most of the gory scenes in the movie. And me, I'm just sitting there just like, yeah, it's a Saturday.
I mean, this movie's Saw X is not even as gory as some of the other Saws, frankly. Like, I mean, I think personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a Terrifier fan, but it was fun. Annabelle and I seeing Terrifier 2 at the AMC because there was a lot of people there who they go and see horror movies, but they don't go see Terrifier level horror movies, and some of them were leaving, and that honestly did add to the fun, I think, of watching.
Yeah, there goes another one.
That happened to me too when I saw Terrifier 2, and there was only 4 people there other than me. So after these 2 young kids left, after the bedroom scene, I was just left with these 2 older folks up top that
good for them.
stayed there for the whole movie. I was like, hey, awesome.
I was sitting there when I watched it the first time, and I like never cover my eyes during a horror movie, but there was parts where I was just like, Jesus Christ! Like, it was like that one scene when they peel that woman's scalp off and then start like pouring bleach all over her and then mash salt into her flesh, whatever the whatever's left of her flesh or whatever. And I was like, holy shit! Like, oh, if my mom could see me right, like right? Then I saw it the second time. I didn't think anything about it. Like, I was like, I'm fine with this. I'm good.
It just makes me wonder, really, what will they do, like, to continue to top this? Because I'm sure.
But you know what? I mean, look, God bless them. They got this little, whatever, this ultra violence horror movie that people expect this of them. People are going there for this. And the funny thing is, in our neighborhood, we live in the valley, and so the screenings were only they were only doing 2 screenings a night, at 9:30 and 11. And the 9:30 was so sold out. I had to do my trick of getting the handicap seats, right? I had to do that trick, whatever. There's nobody sitting in the handicap seats. I'm gonna register the handicap seat on my AMC pass or whatever. And then I asked them what's the 11 o'clock show look like? I'm like, oh, it's everything's sold out, even the handicap seats. And I was like, the 3 front rows aren't sold out, but I mean, look, they sold out 150 fucking seats for 11 o'clock show on a weekday, right? That movie made like 14 million, I want to say,
Yeah.
worldwide. Like, and it cost 250 to make. I mean,
Yeah.
God bless them. Like Steve Barton as the producer, right? Did you have you had him on before?
No.
Yeah,
He's
no.
lovely. I see his posts all the time.
Yeah, get. I'm sure you would do it. Get him on.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Anyway, sorry.
Absolutely.
When the
Anyway,
first
anyway.
Terrifier came out, we had a lot of the cast and Damien on, and this was before like it really was taken off because I saw it early and I was like, oh, this is like really wild, and so I got everybody on, and then like it blew up. But it's cool. I have a lot of friends who really hate the Terrifier films. I'll be honest, when I'm going to the festivals, and a lot of my festival friends hate it, and I'll be honest, a lot of them have never even seen either one, but they hate the movies. And I'm like,
How can you hate a movie without seeing it?
I agree.
Like,
I hate the idea of the movie. And I won't tell any names, but I had a conversation at one of the festivals, and I was like, I like him. I was the only one who stood up for him. Like, I like him. I also think it's good for horror. I get the idea that you don't want everyone trying to outdo, this crazy gore. I get all that. But it's good for independent horror that these movies get theatrical release and do well. Because, like, it gives hope to, people are releasing stuff that might not have got released otherwise at the theater. And anyway, they were telling me, well, they have no social, like, relevance or no, there's no social commentary and all stuff. And I was like, well, neither did the majority of the slasher movies we watched growing up. And one of the people looked at me and said, yes, but we know better today. And I was like, oh.
Oh, God.
You know what? Bullshit. I can tell you this right now. Like 20 years from now, and like the theaters will be in LA, it'll be playing in a retrospective at those fucking theaters. Yeah. Like, fucking Smile won't be. I can just tell you that, for example. Great marketing campaign. Kind of a shitty movie, right?
Yeah, I got you.
I love the marketing campaign. The best marketing campaign I've seen in like 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh God,
but
straight
the movie was
straight out of like William Castle.
I mean, like it was perfect.
Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I know when Justin was talking about the barf bag, I always had an idea. So because they've done barf bags a few times for movies, I thought someone should put their logo on adult diapers, and the thing would be like, this movie's so scary it'll make you shit your pants. They got to give out adult diapers when you go in.
No theater manager wants to give out those diapers. I can just tell you that. I can tell you from experience of dealing with theater managers, they don't want to deal with that. They don't want to go down that path. There's some teenager that's literally going to just do it because he has the diaper, right? They fucking will do it. Like, don't underestimate the idiocy of your audience. I can just tell you this.
Yeah, don't want to miss anything.
Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate, theater managers. Don't do this idea that Nasty Neal has.
And the Nasty Neal here.
He literally puts a nasty in Nasty Neal this idea.
Marketer from hell.
Just imagine you'll have a line.
Let's see. My number. You just did 6, right, Alok?
I did 6.
6. Oh, 6. I'm sorry. Oh wow, we're right at the beginning. Diablo, number 6.
All right, Hugh Sarah, the Bone Woman. I
have this too. Just telling you what. I have this too as well. Higher up, actually.
Yeah. Folk horror. I love folk horror. I thought it was probably just incredibly original. I loved the old spinster witches. They were wonderful characters. I thought the lead actress was so good. It was just a great film.
Yeah, I've not seen it. It's one I actually wanted to watch before the 13, and I just didn't have time to. But it's one I need to check out.
Well, can I be able to give my thoughts about it too? Because we'll just pass over my thing when I come to it. So I'll just give you thoughts too.
Yeah.
I saw it. I saw it last year at Beyond Fest. So I think I might have had it on a list, but I put it on this list too because I really want people to get out there and see this movie again on Shudder. Give us some money, Shudder. Give them some money. Okay, I'm just telling you what. This movie is directed by Michelle Garza, I want to say. I met her at Fantasia when we had 1BR there, and she had a short there, and she's this little Hispanic chickie who's just tatted up and whatever, and she's punk rock, and she's like so cool. And I sat here and talked to her for like 30 minutes at a party or something, and then this little thing goes and does this fucking great film, and it wins like Tribeca, and I think it even won like the best new director at like the Gotham Awards or something just like a couple weeks ago and stuff. And it has one of the scariest moments in cinema that I saw this last year that I was like, what? That's crazy. So that moment itself is worth watching the movie. But it's not, like I also said this, it's not for everyone. It takes time to get to this place. It's about, childbirth, and it's about like this baby almost being an alien to some extent and what's doing to her life. And it's a very thoughtful film. You have to have some patience with watching this. Don't come in think you want to watch Thanksgiving and try to watch this, right? Like you need to like have, it's a nice Sunday afternoon movie, right? Like it'll frighten you, you'll do the good things and whatever else, but it's not gonna be like, it's not this cut MTV kind of thing or whatever. It's a very interesting film that you should definitely see. That I can't, for me, I'll tell you, it was my number 3 for the year.
It's incredibly female centric and really multi-layered, touching on so many different aspects of cultural, identity as a woman. And so, I mean, I as a guy, it was fascinating. I'm sure, Annabelle, if you haven't seen it already, as a woman, you're going to find so much to see in that film.
Oh, pregnancy scares me, so.
I mean, this is the reason that you need to see this movie, because it'll scare you more. Like,
yeah.
but it takes place in Mexico. It takes place in Mexico City. There's this cool punk rock kind of element to it. There's a LGBTQ kind of element to it. Like there's like, it's a very interesting, thought-provoking, but has one of the scariest moments in cinema, I want to say, this year.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch it. And this is a Shudder movie?
Apparently, it is a Shudder movie.
Number 6 for you, Annabelle.
Angry Black Girl and Her Monster.
Oh, great.
We saw at Puff. Fantastic. It really was it's not Frankenstein. We know that's where it comes from, but it's its own unique story. It's a reanimation story. It's social commentary is amazing. It really is just a beautiful, sad story. There is the parallel of creating this monster, and it's tragic. It's very, very tragic. The story is so compelling. The monster is a foil. Monster is scary. I just loved it. I've got my little blurb. Vicaria is a brilliant teenager who believes death is a disease that can be cured. After the brutal murder of her brother, she embarks on a dangerous journey to bring him back to life. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's a great movie too. It's my honorable mention. It was like a lot of stuff on and off my list, but I think it's great. And you can listen to the director and several of the stars on the show. Cheap plug.
It was almost an honorable mention for me. I'll say that.
Very good.
So I guess am I next? So another coming back from the dead story. Let's say.
I think it's another Shudder movie.
It is a Shudder movie, though. Birth, Rebirth. Have you guys heard of this one?
I have not seen this one.
So it was a Sundance movie apparently, and I didn't know this until like the logo came up where this is Sundance, and I'm like, wow, this didn't get any kind of like other sort of release. I was sort of surprised. Jenny Reyes is kind of the most noticeable star in it, and she's in like Scrubs. She's the Hispanic actress who's one of the mains on the show, playing a very different character than we're used to seeing her. And I know she's been in some other stuff, but I don't usually watch like other regular TV shit. I don't watch NBC or whatever it is unless it's like Peacock. And I will watch what's it called, Poker Face. You should watch Poker Face if you get a chance, because my friends that grew up with the showrunners on that show, and it's an amazing show. But sorry for plugging that. But Birth, Rebirth is a Frankenstein story with a kid. And it's so interesting the way it unfolds. It's very thoughtful. It involves like limited characters in this kind of like enclosed atmosphere. and it's very it's almost a feel piece the way it kind of unfolds. Oh, sorry, sorry what they're saying. So it's a feel piece the way it unfolds between this mother and this doctor who's this experimental person who's a pathologist who has just tried some stuff and it just happened to work, and now the mother somehow figures out that this woman has kind of taken her child from the morgue, and it's a great sort of like, I don't know, it almost could be a play like some other stuff we've talked about earlier on, but it's just so tense at parts, thoughtful, and that's fun. take a shot. Well, yep. All right. You told me to do it. I'm gonna do it. Here we go. It's tense. It's thoughtful. It's almost not a horror movie, but it is a horror movie. And you should just I won't tell you much more about it because I don't think a lot of people have seen this movie. To be frank.
No, I haven't seen it.
So just watch it. That's it. That's my take.
Yeah. And by the way, Dave was talking about a lot of good picks, and Annabelle said she's going to put together an IMDb list of our top 13. Very good.
Well,
I made
really
one
nice.
for myself for my list, and I found it is very useful. I'm digging it, so can make a list for y'all.
If you can add where it's playing, that would be the most helpful.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think.
Let's see.
I mean, it might be playing on Shatter, but
my number 6 is Godzilla Minus One. I'm not a huge Godzilla fan, and I went in and I'm like, I'm gonna go see this, and I was blown away. I think it's my favorite Godzilla movie.
I'm gonna crap on you about that again.
Well, I haven't seen. Okay, I haven't seen every Godzilla movie ever made. No, I haven't. But I don't know. But I mean, I watched a lot of them when I was a little kid on Channel 38 Creature Double Feature. They would show, all the Godzilla movies and stuff.
Yeah.
But no, what makes this one so great is, the people. You're really into all the characters. It's definitely, I think, the most likable characters in a Godzilla movie. You're into everybody. And Godzilla himself is scary in the movie. Like when he's going after the boat, I think is probably my favorite scene in the movie. And it's just his head's out of the water, and I like how he grows throughout the movie. Just a great movie. Godzilla Minus One, number 6.
Which
that's my number. That's my number 4, by the way.
Damn.
I mean, I didn't know if I should include it on this list because I was like, is it a horror movie? But then I was like, it is a horror movie. It's a
giant monster
movie.
destroying everybody. So yeah.
Yeah. But it really is like some of the best. It's up for the best VFX award right now. They're trying to figure out what that's going to be. Obviously, the Oscars are coming up and stuff. And there's like I got on the deadline this morning, and the first big ad was like Godzilla Minus One for your consideration and stuff. And I'm like, wow, they are going for this because that ad is fucking expensive. I can tell you this. I know this. This movie is so pitch perfect. It's like the characters are great. It's slow at parts. Most like Asian cinema is overly sentimental, as we all know, right? And that's fine, but that's just what it is, right? But this movie, the monster was great. The VFX were so good, and the ending, like the way they come up with the ending and where it goes.
Yeah, and I like that they work together to try to come up with instead of just we're going to blow them up the big bomb or whatever, they have to try to work together to try to defeat the.
Well, I mean, there's literally elements of Jaws in this movie. There's elements of
Jurassic Park.
It's actually, it's a fantastic film. I mean, like I was like, I like I said, I put it at number 4, but we were very close. Like I was telling you, we're gonna have a lot of things on our fucking list that are. Anyway. So I'm only saying this again so I don't have to do my take on it because I had to get out of here sooner than later.
That's what I did earlier when people would mention stuff too. What were you saying, Justin?
Oh no, I was gonna say, like Alok with Thanksgiving, I've seen Godzilla Minus One 4 times in theaters. Not unintentionally. There was some intention. It was a case of 1, being blown away by that first screening, and 2, just wanting to see it with other people. Take other people to see it. And it's one of those movies that I've seen it with those 4 times. I've actually cried more each time I've seen it just because of how good it is and how much I do get into the characters. especially for the ending. But also other scenes that, you know, they start one way, you know, it's like character relationships that'll be one way here, and then at the end their relationship is entirely different. So where it starts in the beginning now makes me cry on a second or third viewing because I know where it's going to go later.
Yeah.
So it's a very deep. It was a deeply affecting movie for me.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the American Godzilla movies, like they try to make you care about the characters, but it's like you don't care at all. It's like they're just, you know, they're shoehorned in there, like, and it's like a father and a wife that are kind of breaking up.
Millie Bobby Brown, this bullshit. Like all the characters are the last one. Like the guy, you know, give me a break. The guy that's so good in like the Atlanta show, like he's fucking in this show is like it's so bad. Like I mean, all of it. Like just King Kong. Fuck it. Like this was so good on the other end of it. Like right, this is how a Godzilla movie is supposed to be. And supposedly this only costs like allegedly $15 to $19 million.
Yeah, where the other ones are like 300 or
less.
100 million.
Oh my god! Like it's like insane. Like they did such a great job. They got the characters right. They got the VFX right. They got the action, the story, everything. This is fucking one of the best Godzilla movies we've ever seen in our lives. And I have seen a lot of like you. I saw a bunch of shit when I was a kid in the 70s and this and that. I don't know. There's a robot versus Godzilla. There's a robot Godzilla. There's a lot of I've seen them, but I don't remember them because I was fucking 8. You know, I don't.
I remember Godzilla. He was like doing a drop kick like this, and you know, like.
Well, I tried to go back and watch them in my older life, and I'm like, I got other things I got to do with my life. Like, you know, I'm sorry, I just can't fucking do it. But this you should do. This you should do. Yeah. Anyway.
You don't like King Kong and his King Kong friends at the center of the earth?
And they're running out of the
guess what? That's what the whole fucking shitty Monarch show is about. Sorry, did I spoil something? Peppy Poteet, you're not right about this. A very good show. Like I'm sorry, I'm glad Kurt Russell and his son got to be in something together finally. But you know, I just not so much.
Hope's Exorcist also not on your list?
Which one?
Hope's Exorcist with Kurt. No, what am I thinking?
No, that's Russell Crowe.
Russell, separate Russells, never.
No. I mean, Unhinged is a great movie. You guys seen that?
Yeah, it is. It's good. Yeah.
That's actually a fantastic film.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the commercials from Unhinged?
I mean, it probably did at the time.
Okay, hold on. You have to go look up Russell Crowe doing this. Like, it's just him talking to the camera about the movie Unhinged, and then they start cutting in scenes from Unhinged, right? And he gives this whole thing about cinema and what cinema is and all this great stuff. And then he just goes batshit crazy. You have to go. They won awards. My ex-boss did this commercial, so that's the reason I'm so up on it. But I will send you this commercial. Fucking hilarious. Awesome. You'll lose your mind. I'll put it in the chat. I'll find it. I'll put it in the chat.
All right. Thank you.
So
sorry. We should go. I'm sorry. I'm getting off topic.
I just want Troy's number 6 is Saint Drogo.
Oh, excellent.
Nice.
Yeah, very good. I know those guys that made Saint Drogo. They also made Death Drop Gorgeous a couple years ago, and that was Troy's favorite movie that year. And it's interesting because this completely different. Death Drop Gorgeous is a horror movie about drag queens going around killing people, and there's a weird scene with a glory hole, and then Saint Drogo is a much different film. Right. So here we go with 6 from Todd.
Hello again. And as you can gather by the eerie poster for The Last Wave, we're getting into something really, really unusual. And number 6 is that's Country Bears in Heat. Number 6, Hypochondriac. Directed by Addison Heineman. This one portrays an LGBTQ angle that's very positive, despite its unsettling and disturbing content. the characters in this one, the gay male characters, are non-stereotypical. They're regular guys, and I really appreciated that. Just like in Big Easy Queens, as outrageous as that was, the LGBTQ characters were not outrageously flamboyant, stereotypical finger-snapping Yas Queen girlfriend types. These guys were relatable. Anyone could actually relate to them. And this one deals a lot with mental health issues, which is fascinating. And in this, Zach basically has some health issues, and he's basically losing function of his body. And at the same time, he's haunted by these childhood trauma memories, and it just all gets intertwined, and it's eerie. And I have been looking forward to this one, and I was not disappointed. That's Hypochondriac. Number 6.
No, very good. I have not seen that one either. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty. Number 5, Justin.
So my number 5 is Suitable Flesh.
Oh, sweet.
Yep. This is one I meant to see in theaters, but again, like When Evil Lurks, it was kind of that I got to start kind of budgeting. I've been spending too much during the Halloween season, so I had to just wait for it to show up as a rental. I wanted to see this movie badly. I could not wait for it to be on Shudder, so I was like, $3 on YouTube. That's a fair price, and it was worth it. It's a great movie. Like I love the style in it. I love how stylized it was. It pretty much it resembles a Brian De Palma movie. It even uses like split diopter camera angles and lens shots and Dutch angles and even some colors thrown in here and there. You got a great performance by Heather Graham, as well as a great performance by Barbara Crampton. It's a great movie, and it feels like it goes right in line with Reanimator and From Beyond. I loved it, and it was good enough to where it actually made my other list. There's the horror list that I do, and then there's the list for everything, including horror movies, and that made that top 10 as well. So
nice. Yeah.
And that I mean, he's not really a kid, but Judah Lewis, the male in this film, he was also excellent. He was really good.
Oh, 100%.
I feel bad I didn't see this. I'm actually right with Alok. I get a lot of streaming things. And I was like, and I know it's only $3, but it's like I get all these streaming sites already. Like I was waiting for it to come there, but I should just go rent it.
But Barbara Crampton, Neal.
I know, I'm a big Barbara Crampton fan.
No, that's like Neal's girlfriend.
Barbara Crampton is a very sexy lady, even at her age of 65. I saw a video of her. I forget. It was like one of the Shudder videos. Again, to Shudder. It was one of the documentaries on Shudder, and she was talking about filming Reanimator, and or was it the other one, Beyond? Well, it was, I think, Reanimator, and she's talking about doing a bunch of cocaine, and she has a little glimmer in her eye, and I'm like, oh,
It was I hosted a panel. I hosted a panel once with her. It was a Scream Queens panel, and so I went around asking all of them their favorite moments of the festival, and this was a highlight for me. She goes, "Oh, right now meeting you," and gave me a hug during.
She's trying to social sister you, right? Like the social sisters. Like I met them, and I met them at this festival in it was in Manchester, right? They had just come from Sitges, right? And I think they'd been up all night or something, and they were like, fun girls or whatever. They came over and they give you such a slow, meaningful hug, and you're like, well, I'm married. Well, I was married at the time. At the time, I was married, but I was like, what are you trying to do to me? But like 400 people lined up to meet them, right? And they gave each and every person a hug, and it was that slow, meaningful hug. And I was like, "You people are just trying to get me with your sexy Soska sister, black magic. Like,
Yes, exactly. It's the hook.
I
then
know
they've
your
got
game, Soska sisters.
nice-
I know your game. Sorry.
Succumb to the temptation. Succumb.
It wasn't the joke of it. There was no succumbing. They're doing it to every fucking person. Like, it's like there was
Everyone
no slow
thinks
moving
that, yeah,
behind. It was
that's
like
correct.
they were just doing it for me. And I was like, why am I feeling all weird? And then all of a sudden they're doing it to everybody else. So yeah, there you are.
Which I will say, going along with Neal about the panel of Barbara Crampton, one of the highlights of my times going to like horror conventions was not only getting to meet Barbara Crampton and talk to her for a little bit and get her to sign a picture, but also having the opportunity before I left to just quickly say that she looks amazing, you know, and that was a big highlight of my life. It made that little moment, so it was great.
Yeah,
those blue eyes have just not. I mean, they're still gorgeous, beautiful blue eyes. I mean, she is something. Like, I mean, and she continues to work, and she's so interesting in this industry. Where I want to say it's like Amp Entertainment. They made her a person on the board, so she gets to produce films, and like she gets to like kind of pick and choose things. And you know, it's funny. All the New York people from the Larry Fessenden camp, like try to put her in every fucking thing, right? And like I can't wait to cast her in something too, because she's like super cute and nice and fun and you know whatever. And she'll talk about you on social media and if you have a good movie, and she's trying to support that movie. So it's like she's one of those people that is so relevant still, I think.
Yeah,
definitely.
Joe, you're number 5.
My number 5 is something that I reviewed that still is yet to get a wide release. Or like hit streaming or anything like that. It's the last film I got to review before I had to take a break. It's called The Well, and it's an Italian-American film directed by Federico Zampaglione. And it stars Lauren Rivera from Terrifier 2. And it is just an incredibly moody, atmospheric film that harkens back to the wonderful, wonderful European horror of the 70s about a young woman who is brought to an old castle to restore a painting. This demonic painting, and as she's restoring it, things begin to happen. Things begin to come to life. It has just incredible gore in it, wonderful performances, brilliant imagery, and is just put it on your list to keep an eye out for. The Well. It's just going to be, I think it's going to be a lot of people's one of their favorite films coming up when it finally does get a full-blown release.
Awesome. I know we were going to have some people on the show from The Well.
Excellent.
You're number 5.
Ooh, me?
Mm-hmm.
My number 5 was Thanksgiving, because it is amazing, funny, for all the things we already talked about. It's just a fun, fantastic, wonderful new slasher series. Because it will be a series.
All right. Well, my number 5 was Evil Dead Rise, which we already talked about. My number 4 was Godzilla Minus One, which we already talked about. My number 3 was Husera, the Bone Woman, which we already talked about. So I'm going to give you my number 2, just because I got to get the fuck out of here. And I've now promised this poor baby, 5-year-old, that we're now going to Benihana because she's been so patient.
Sweet.
Which is its own hell, by the way. So I feel like this is very appropriate for what we're doing here. All right, my number 2 is the movie Attachment. Also held hysterically on fucking Shudder as well. Okay. This movie actually kind of got me in a weird way. I watched it the first time, and I even wondered if it was I mean, clearly it's a horror movie in a lot of respects, but it's also, I mean, it's kind of a love story. It's about, these two lesbian girls trying to get it together. And one of them's like kind of comes from a family that's Orthodox Jewish, let's say. And so they go back. She gets injured somehow. She's one of them's prone to seizures. She gets injured, and she's sort of like the Orthodox Jew one. And they have to go back to England to like live with her mother. They have a weird circumstance where they have one apartment versus the other apartment where the mom lives down below. And it becomes a thing where this girl from like, I don't know, Scandinavia is trying to learn about the Jewish culture and like about like the mythology and like I guess what's the I'm forgetting the name of it. The Madonna's into it. What is it? It's a Jewish mysticism.
Gnosticism.
Right?
Yeah.
The mysticism, whatever it is. But look, the point of it is this. I don't want to give too much away, but it becomes a very subtle, interesting game of cat and mouse. And then it becomes an interesting horror. And it turns into a thriller. And then it goes back to something else. And that's all I'll say about it. Because if you haven't seen it, you should see it. It's unsettling. It's interesting. It's subtle. And it was actually so pitch perfect. I believe it was a female writer director as well. I found it fascinating. I think about the film like to this day. And I watched it a couple months ago, and I every once in a while I'll just think about like, oh wow, that was so well crafted. That was so well done. Like that's the reason that's my number 2 this year.
Yeah,
Wow.
I saw that and I reviewed. I thought it was brilliant. I really probably should have been in my top 10. It definitely is one of my honorable mentions. It's so well done. It's so good.
It's so interesting. I literally was trying to think about this, and I was like, I want Godzilla to be better, and I was like, no, this one's actually just you need to be better, Alok. You need to be better.
Do you want to give your number 1 too, or?
Okay, might as well. We've talked about this a lot already, but When Evil Lurks is the motherfucking number 1. That fucking movie, it destroyed me. Like I started watching the trailer for it, and like in 10 seconds in, with like one visual, I just stopped it. I was like, nope, not doing it. And it was already on my radar because I loved, Terrified so much. I was like, I knew that when I was watching the trailer, I didn't know if it'd have a theatrical release necessarily. If it was going to be one of these like Shudder / RJLE, is there other company that they give them three theaters. Our buddy Joe Begos did that movie Christmas, Bloody Christmas with the robots and this and that. Yeah. And they spent like $2 million on that movie. Well, they spent some allegedly.
Yeah,
they spent a lot of money on that movie.
Big budget, yeah.
And it was in fucking 3 theaters or something. Like it was bullshit. Mm-hmm. So I was like kind of like concerned if that movie was going to get when Evil Lurks was going to get an actual theatrical release. Well, in my Regal theater down the street, it got a theatrical release, but it was playing like weird times. And I went and saw it, thought it was brilliant. Like 8 people in the theater thought it was brilliant. And I went and I know the manager because I go there all the time. And I went to talk to him. I was like, look, you need to put this in more show times. This is a fucking great movie. Look at the IMDb review. The Rotten Tomato reviews, both the audience review and the critic review, which, by the way, would have been 100% with 98 reviews. 100. Do you know how hard it is to get 100 fucking % with 98 fucking critics? Wow. Sad part was these critics. He's like 2 gay dudes who like do this YouTube like a review thing or whatever. Who gave one viewer a good review, by the way. So thank you, Jellyfish. But they gave it a bad review. They were the one person out of 98 people that gave that movie a bad review and knock it down to 98% instead of being 100%.
They did it for that. They just didn't get the movie. They were just like, is this supposed to be a black comedy? Because if it was, it failed. Like that kind of thing. And I was like, guys, you just missed it. But they're very sweet guys. And look, they usually do pretty good reviews. But look, one critic took it down from 100%. That movie was 100%.
the audience review also matches it. You know how hard is it to get an audience to actually, like, you know, agree to the critics?
Mhm.
Usually you don't see that. You know, usually there's a big disconnect, right? I used to test movies for a living, just so you know. I did market research for film, and this is why, for me, this matters, right?
Mhm.
This movie is, don't watch the trailer, go in cold. Just go watch the film. It's on Shudder. And like I was trying to say, this movie is electrifying. The violence is brutal. The everything they had to go through. I'm sure you talked to Damien about this, you two. But all the fucking trials and tribulations to like shoot these kids under Argentinian law. They couldn't put like, you know, blood on them. They had to get dummies for all this. I mean, you know, practical effects, but like, you know, they had to use go through so much trouble to do all this shit. The goat. Did he tell you the goat story?
No, not really. I don't think.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you with this, and then I'm gonna take leave of you folks because you've been so kind to have me tonight, and I love you
No,
guys.
it's been great.
the whole
Yeah,
thing.
It was awesome.
But
dude.
we'll have to have you on more often. Yeah.
Go watch 1BR. It's on make me
Yeah,
make
I'm
me
a big
22
fan.
cents while you can. It's on Tubi, it's on Peacock, it's on Zumo, it's on Pluto TV, Roku TV. I don't know. It's on a bunch of TVs.
And I
it's
like
on
the
Shudder.
movie. I like the movie
It's on
before
Shudder.
we knew you.
If you want to watch it commercial free. But what was I trying to say? It was
The goat.
The goat, yeah. Nice.
So that goat, that's the goat that's a possessed goat.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was like, there was another article I was reading with Damon. He was like, oh, that fucking goat was the worst. Like, you know, we couldn't get the goats to do everything at once, and they kept on, like, we were losing daylight and all this good stuff, and we're trying to put that, you know, gun against the goat's head and all this good stuff, and they were like, okay, are we gonna like do the shot now or not? And so they got it right, and then the next day the farmer's like, oh yeah, we're gonna barbecue this goat, and the guy was like, Damien was like, you can't just. We went through so many problems with this goat, but don't kill this goat, right? So a year later, he gets a picture of the goat and like its babies, like it's had babies, and they kept the goat because the off chance that this movie would be big and get famous or whatever else, but they have a picture of that fucking goat and the fucking babies. Like,
yeah, now they're going to be at a convention.
The goat's going to be doing pressers and you know.
right. So
That's
anyway,
a great story, yeah. Awesome.
Well,
Thank you for
I will
joining
end.
us.
I will end with that. And thank you for
Apologies
having
for
me.
keeping you late. I knew this would go late.
Oh,
but
no.
But yeah.
Look, we're having so much fun, and the conversation's a fantastic conversation. This and that. So anyway, look. Always a pleasure. Nasty Neal. I know you as Neal. No nasty about you. Annabelle, pleasure. Diablo Joe, nice to meet you. Justin, nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you as well, Alok.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to watch this video to see where it all goes.
Right.
You know, after it's all over. All right.
Downhill from here.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Cheers.
See you
Talk
soon.
to you
Bye.
soon. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Alok's great.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we have to get Alok on more often.
Yeah, he was lovely.
Yeah.
Not that I hadn't met him and he was lovely before, but I really want to met him.
Everyone here is very nice, and we need to get Todd and Troy on.
Yeah,
we got to think of some more lists to do too, because the lists are fun to have and talk about it.
It was good. Like you said, it's good.
The wish list.
Yes, the wish. Oh yeah, the witch. Yes, witch. Yeah. I mentioned this to Justin. We were going to do the winter, which we're still going to do, but I think it's actually be in February, just because I have to do a lot of. We're doing a lot of shows this month to for our Kickstarter, so it's a very busy month for me. So, but I think in February we're going to do Witch Month, and Justin has already created his list.
Damn.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm
so
always ready with the lists.
One night people were telling us about which movies in the chat too.
Yeah, and we kept the list. I think
about.
we have a list somewhere. I think what it was, I made a post on Facebook and we were reading the list. So
Okay.
So I think they're there somewhere. I have to find them because there was a lot of really ones that sounded really cool that we haven't seen. But
Yes.
we're
This
only
is
at
why
number
Google
5.
Docs.
Yeah.
Using Google is good because it's
Yeah.
just
Right.
there.
Right.
You don't have to just scroll. For
Yeah,
the
that came up recently, actually, in with the movie, as the Google Doc, and I was like, oh, Annabelle, because Michael Epstein was like, oh, do you know how to use the Google? I was like, yeah. And I mentioned, I was like, Annabelle asked me recently, like, how do you keep track of who's on the show? And I was like, I just have it in my head. And she was like,
Yeah,
no.
because and I asked that because you'll mention like this person, this person, this person, and in my mind I'm like, what's going on with all the other?
Well, I have a weird mind, but yeah.
Before, so
Right.
then I took matters into my hands and like we're making a spreadsheet, sir.
Yeah. By
So
the way,
people don't,
the
like,
Casket Rats
no
music
way.
of the month starting today. And that was set up by Diablo Joe, or suggested by Diablo Joe up here. And so we'll be playing a song at the end of the show.
Joe, so good recommendation. Neal like shared one of their something with me, like a track, and that's real punk.
Oh, they are
Real punk.
My buddy Keith is their bass player, and he has been a mainstay of Boston music for decades. One of the most solid guys you're ever going to meet. They are, and Casket Rats, a great band.
Do they still play shows?
Oh yeah.
Do they? We will go to a show sometime.
Definitely. I'll go with you, no problem.
Awesome. I will pick you up, my music buddy. Yes.
So Jim Branscombe, who's actually in the Once and Future Smash, this is a little quick side note, is going to be at the Coolidge Corner Theater this weekend for Giallo January.
Oh,
Nice.
very
Interesting. For I believe they're showing Argento's Deep Red.
Ooh, that's a good choice.
That's tomorrow. That's very hard for me to make. Number 5 for me is one I believe it's been mentioned a couple times, a Megalomaniac. Super dark film, not a feel-good movie. This would be a good double feature with When Evil Lurks if you just want to
That'd be an interesting double feature.
If you just want to give up. Yeah.
I agree.
So 5 on Troy's list is Hell House LC Carmichael Manor. Which I don't have any clue what that is, but interesting. We will go to, I believe it's on Shudder actually, and that I'm not trying to make a joke. Let's go to Todd's number 5.
Oh, fantastic.
Here we go.
Nice.
You like my original one sheet for Phantasm? That
Yes.
tells you how old this thing is, and how old I am. Anyway, we're down to number 5. This one, a creature was stirring.
Did that stop?
Oh,
there we go.
By Damien Levick. This one, it's 4-person cast. They're all very important in it. Chrissy Metz, Annalise Basso, Scout Taylor Compton, and Connor Paolo. This one is drenched in deep giallo colors. It's like a thing in its own in this movie, and it's visually impressive. It's also very, very psychological. You see creatures, you see edges of things like that, and you know something's going on, but the twist has divided audiences. Now, I don't know what the problem is here. I loved the twist. You get one critic possibly saying, that was a cheap gimmick. And then you have some people who want to feel important by jumping on that bandwagon, like they did with Session 9. You see a lot of people on IMDb going, hey, we needed more backstory for the characters. There wasn't enough. Well, you don't want a 3-hour movie. This one, everything was where it should be. And just like M. Night Shyamalan movies, and even I'm Dreaming of a White Doomsday, you get this twist that is a surprise. People complained about The Village, for instance. I love that twist. I thought it was great. And like 1987, The Caller, starring Malcolm McDowell. Yoink! That rug is pulled right out from under you, and you're like, oh, this one succeeded. I adore this movie. A Creature Was Stirring. Or A Creature Is Stirring, rather. It's the same thing. That's my number 5.
All right. Whoops. I'm off camera.
What is going on, Neil Jones?
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, we are back here. That was number 5 from Todd. Now we're to the top 4.
So
I don't have
I
cheesecake,
love
but I'm
myself.
going to eat a Lindt truffle in honor of Todd.
Oh, well, that's
Amen.
something.
Yeah, it's a white chocolate.
This cheesecake is. I had to take off all this whipped cream. It was so insane. Like, this is a giant
Good
cup.
Lord.
Look at that. I mean, no, I don't need that. The cheesecake is awesome, though. Y'all in the future, maybe this is going to be a top list thing. Do people actually do you all like cheesecake?
Oh,
Love
yeah.
cheesecake.
Oh yeah.
Delicious. It's
Cheesecake, man. Cheesecake.
Jamie Hill loves witches. She can cackle like one. And
And
Annabelle
on the
adds, and you're
show.
damn good at it.
Yeah, she did it on the show when we had her on.
But does Jamie Hill like cheesecake?
Mm.
Oh, that is a fine question, sir. Because if not, you just get the hell out.
Wow.
ouch.
We love Jamie. Jamie does not need to like cheesecake.
You're number 4, Justin.
My number 4 is one I'm surprised I haven't heard on this chat yet. Talk to Me. And
My number 4.
It's also my
Nice.
number 4.
hey. Yeah, no, there's not a whole lot I can say about it. It's both a simple premise and a complex one. It's kind of interesting when you really think about it. And yeah, I just love the hand thing. I feel like that's, when you go down just like, I guess I do have things to say about it. When you do distill it down to something that simple, like a statue or something like that, you're able to come up with something original usually. And so that's what I especially appreciate about Talk to Me is, they just went, they didn't even have to think so far outside of the box. It's like, let's just strip everything down and try and think of something to throw in here that'll be iconic, that'll be just like, we're not having to overthink it. It's just this. And the statue in Talk to Me is that. And the movie as a whole.
Yeah, I think it was one of my favorite movies watching in the theater. It was an original, like you said, original idea, maybe, and I think it was handled in a believable way. Like it seemed like, because you could almost think like, why would these people even go through with this if you just were reading the idea? But when you're watching it, like it's like, oh yeah, you could see like a bunch of kids, all together, definitely doing this. And I like that they don't explain it too much. Where the hand's from. I think there's some, but they don't go too far into it. So it's left up to, and it's actually a pretty dark movie for a mainstream horror film that, is at the theater.
I mean, A24 films, they go dark.
Yeah.
I might as well jump in here because we have 3 people talking about their number 4 Talk to Me. Yeah, I love cursed object stuff. Well, when it's done well, because like the Dybbuk box one was... but the potential for cursed objects is really fun for me. I throw it up there with like, I love cult movies, witch movies, the cursed stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it was great. The acting was great. She was magnificent. She was
really
so
good.
excellent. With Ari, I'm happy to have this up. Ari McCarthy. Dang. Wonderful. And to see her transformation over time is so sad. And I think it's a dark ending. I don't think that gives anything away. But just to see like how it goes, and you want to have like you're trying to figure out what's this outcome going to be. I don't think anybody's gonna guess what it is from the little I've said. But man, it really goes. It goes very heavy. It goes to a place that I don't think anyone thinks is going to happen in the beginning of the movie. It kind of is like, here's a group of friends, and here's a scary thing, and it's not like it's like run of the mill at all. Like you guys have said, this is original. It's handled, and it's not never been done. Like I said, it's cursed object. You got a group of friends, but it's done. What did Alok use? Like not maybe like an elevated. Like it takes it up a level from that typical teens hanging out and playing with some haunted shit.
Yeah. That's one of my honorable mentions, and I thought the cast was really, really good. The characters were all fresh and different, and it was creepy as F, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I loved it. So good choice, and I'm glad. I don't know if it's on Diablo's, Joe, but it was number 4 for 3 of us. That's cool.
Well, he said honorable mention.
Yeah,
right?
honorable mention.
Yeah, honorable mention.
Nope.
All right, your number 4.
My number 4 is Infinity Pool.
I'm a huge fan as well.
I absolutely just, there's so much to like about that. It is just left me feeling uncomfortable from the get-go. Just it's a mind fuck, it's a body fuck, it's everything, and it's got Mia Goth being absolutely batshit crazy, which I will always enjoy watching her just be weird. And just when they flip the script on Alexander Skarsgård's character, and their opinion of him is brutal. It's just brutal, and it's so many moral issues that are brought up, and just what it is to be a human being, and I really, really loved it.
I agree 100%. Yep. So my 4 is Talk to Me. Annabelle's not a fan of
yeah.
Infinity Pool.
I don't know. Does Infinity Pool come up again on our lists? Not mine.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Should I reserve my trashing it? It's not trashing. It's my own personal feeling about the story, like about the characters more than anything else. So I'll wait.
None of them are likable.
I'll wait. No, they're not.
No.
But I'll hold back and give Justin a chance to like it.
Let's see. 4. So both our 4 was Talk to Me.
Yes.
I was trying to grab Troy's. Oh, here we go. His number 4 was The Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Nice.
Oh.
And,
very high up. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
And he likes comic stuff too, and that is kind of like has that vibe to it. Yeah.
Let me grab Todd's number 4. We just have a blank screen.
Not need much explaining on one says it all when a stranger calls. Remember seeing that. And now some people may think it's tame, but when we saw it in the theater, man, people were jumping out of their seats. It was that effective. Hey, that was the 70s. And for number 4, The Harbinger.
I'm thinking my internet connection's not too good at the moment. Here we go.
Something of a very big surprise to me, too. It's from director Andy Mitt, who has a certain flair, and everything he's done, like Yellow Brick Road, We Go On, and The Witch in the Window. There's a bit of a slow pace to this one, but it's so deep. I was drawn in. I really enjoyed where this was going. You really cared for these people because it takes place right when COVID hit. Everything was uncertain. Everyone was terrified. The scene where they're wiping down all their groceries that were delivered. Boy, I remember that. It's like, are we supposed to do this? Is this necessary? It was all up in the air, and it was scary. And you could feel that in this film. It really, really is like an acid flashback, even though it was only a couple years ago. Now, during this COVID time, Monique goes to stay with a friend. They can be under quarantine because her friend is plagued with nightmares and feels that she needs someone to be with her. And, well, unfortunately, it sets off one of these connection things, sort of like, well, hey, they're not exactly the same, but you got films like When Evil Lurks and Talk to Me. Those kind of elements where it can connect and go further with each person. It's terrifying. And The Harbinger is moody. It's a bit sad. And I have to say, I got a bit emotional by the end of it. All around wonderful film. The Harbinger, directed by Andy Benton. That is my number 4.
Very good. I have not seen The Harbinger.
Not heard of
I reviewed that in right while I was on its festival, and I liked it quite a bit.
I remember the review now that you mentioned that, but yeah, that's a weird thing about the festival runs. Is it if you see it during that festival run, it's like your favorite. It can be on your top list of that year, but then it comes out, a year later.
Right?
So
Yeah.
it's a little weird.
Well, it's like what was the
Megalomaniac. Yeah.
Yeah, Megalomaniac. I mean, it took a while to come out, and then there was a Perfect Host, which I saw 3 years ago, and took forever to finally hit streaming, and so.
Number 3. Now we're into the top 3.
Number 3 cycles back to Infinity Pool.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely one of the things that I enjoyed most about the movie was this was not a movie that caused people to walk out, like given that this was a Brandon Cronenberg film and I saw Crimes of the Future the year before from his father. That movie did actually cause people to walk out. Infinity Pool did not. In fact, people stayed with Infinity Pool. And as I was walking to the parking lot after the movie, I could hear people talking about the movie, trying to figure it out as they were going along and trying to really piece it apart, piece it together. It was honestly one of the things that really made that screening for me when I went to see it.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was a great movie.
Yeah, it's
Lecter.
No, did not like it. The people are all. It's not like it was a bad movie. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I'm absolutely not. It is well made. It's well acted. It's got all that stuff. I just hated watching these shitty fucking people. I hated them so much. I'm like, I don't want to watch them. I don't care. You all are assholes. I hope you burn. And I just didn't. It wasn't in me. I don't. No. There was no one I wanted to see at all. I don't give 2 fucks about Mia Goth. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care. Don't care. So it's not a bad movie, but it was not a movie that I enjoyed.
Hey, to each their own, man. It's I can understand that completely, honestly. Talking about the characters and such. But hey, movies hit people differently.
Exactly. Which is a nice thing about being able to talk about
Just to say, we all agree though Annabelle's drawing on this one.
Or everybody there is like, oh. So
number 3.
I just think he's genuinely bonkers, and that's what
Number 3, Diablo Joe.
All right, folks, get ready. This is my contentious one, Skinamarink.
Never got around to it.
Jamie Hill, hear that?
Yeah.
Jamie Hill in our audience is involved in that film, is a voice of Mom, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct?
absolutely just blew my mind with how it just grabbed me from the moment it started, and I ran with it. I flew with it the whole time, and loved how audacious it was. It just was really, that's the sort of filmmaking that I think it's gonna be a movie that's gonna be appreciated down the road. I think it's highly polarizing, and I think the best art does that. It really does divide. It takes chances. I think Edward Ball, I want to see what he does next. I hope it's not Skinamarink 2. I hope it's something completely different, completely, but I think he's massively talented. And it's one of those ones that, no matter what, you came out of there with an opinion of it. If you liked it, you hated it. I don't think there was anybody who was kind of like, I really don't know what to say about it.
Uh-huh.
It was a real surprise to me. It was a real surprise, and I was very, very, very huge fan. I don't think I would ever want to revisit it, because I think that first viewing was so unique that I don't think it would ever be duplicated. I think I would be disappointed.
Interestingly, I did promise Jamie Hill, and I'm super sorry I haven't done it yet, that I do want to watch it again, because I feel like my expectations going in, I remember seeing the trailer and I was like, holy shit, I didn't even want to look at the trailer. It was freaking me out so much. I shared it with friend Seth Heiss, and we're both like, oh, this is so terrifying. So we really built it up in ourselves. So when I saw it, it wasn't what I imagined it would be. And I found myself just picking it apart. So I want to revisit it and give it another chance, go in, have like a fresh mind space, and go from there, because I think that's just only fair.
I will say this: when I saw it at the screening at the Coolidge, sold out in one of the smaller theaters there, I have never heard an audience so quiet. Those huge stretches of no dialogue, of just almost white noise sort of sound, that like room tone, thing that if anybody's ever just recorded an empty room, they were listening, they were waiting, and I think that it really caught up people when I saw it.
It was an interesting time to be a horror fan, because there was so much
yeah.
Jamie,
bravo.
Yeah. So I have to agree with you about the art part, because like you said, it was very divisive, and it really had people talking about, is it art? Is it not? It wasn't just like, is this movie like a lot of the other stuff we're talking about? I think there is a different vibe to it, because it was so different. It was like a guy with a camera, it was, and then it became this huge, everybody knew about it.
Yeah.
It was a little, what was he, out of Toronto? This guy, this young man, just comes along with this effectively homemade looking thing, and it did captivate people. I know it's supposed to look that way. I'm not like trashing his cinematography.
No, I think I love the look. I love the whole aesthetic of it. I mean, I think in my review I compared it to when Stravinsky gave his a presentation and there were riots. That's what really interesting, unique art should do. Not necessarily cause riots, but force that emotion.
Yeah.
So Jamie's here and thanks you for your review, and I'm glad that it made the list.
No, I'm happy. I'm glad that I got to see it.
So 3 for you, Annabelle.
3 for me. Where's my 3? My 3 is Frogman. It's another one I saw at the Lovecraft Film Festival. Oh my God. I hope people get a chance to see this. It's so excellent. It's, it kind of like starts Blair Witchy. It's this guy. It's different. It's like an urban legend thing. So this kid, there was a boy that as a kid saw a thing in the woods, and you see like a homemade video of what he thought he saw. And so he just wants to chase it down. He's like in his early 20s. He's got a couple friends, and they're driving around their little van. They're going to go to this town. They're going to check out the legend of Frogman. And there's like a hotel that's, kind of built itself up off of this legend. There's tours and all this stuff. And it goes crazy places. Like I don't even want to give away where it goes because it's so not predictable and done so well. It goes a place you just are not going to expect it. There's no one that could predict where this is going to go. It's surreal. I'll say that. It was fascinating to me. It was so much more than what I thought it would be. Just from the title alone. Frogman sounds pretty like, oh, okay, Frogman. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I've not heard of this.
It's freaking fantastic. It was pretty new when I saw it. I don't know if it got around much, which is really sad because it's exceptional. So hopefully that gets out and about, and people get an opportunity to see it. It is wonderful. I loved it. I would buy it. It's great.
So that's a good choice. That's something I would like to check out. Number 3 on my list is by filmmakers that I've loved all 3 of their movies, and I look forward to seeing more of them. And I like the whole family, and that is Where the Devil Roams by the Addams Family: John Adams, Zelda Adams, and Toby Poser. Just a great movie. All 3 of their movies are different, but sort of same feel. This is the one with Where the Devil Roams has more people involved than their other 2 previous movies. It looks amazing. It's got a lot of interesting themes. I like that their movies on the surface, look cool and everything, but you got to really think about, what everything means. And just a great movie, and I hope people check it out. I think it's actually going to Shudder too, or it might already be on Shudder.
I believe it was on Tubi.
Tubi, that's right. You're right. Tubi.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately, a lot of my independent horror friends are fearing because there's a new CEO in charge of Tubi, and it came out today. They're no longer. It probably looks bad for independent filmmakers on Tubi who have loved that. Yeah, who have loved Tubi. It's been
heartbreaking.
Yeah, the way their payouts changing. They're also not necessarily accepting everything like they used to. They're going to focus more on series and focus more on like Tubi original movies, which will probably be like, slightly bigger budget movies and stuff.
I love Tubi because it's full independent stuff and total crap.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, I could just put on a movie that I actually want to see and it'll just play. And I found so many older, crazy ass films, or not even older. Like I found a movie, what's it called? It's a movie about Bigfoot. I brought it up recently.
Exists.
Freaking wonderful. Wonderful movie.
Yeah, you won't find generic Netflix stuff on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that shit. That's why people love Tubi, for what it is, not for what they think people want. This is what people want. It's why people watch
Tubi. Why don't you just create a new channel? If you're gonna put,
my vast wealth.
No, he's talking about instead of let's change this.
Why buy it and make it something else when just make another channel. There's the bandwidth out there. If you think people are going to watch it, they'll watch it. Yeah. But people certainly are watching Tubi, or at least I am.
Yeah, instead of because now they pay depending on how many hours someone watches stuff, and now it's going to be just like a flat base, and assumption is that'll be much lower.
That makes no sense.
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, Prime is going to start putting commercials.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then 3
Yeah,
for
Dave nailed it.
was that?
Dave nailed it over in the chat about planning on ruining it. Yeah.
Oh, so they plan on ruining it then. Good business. Yeah, it sucks.
Do they not know that all of these other streaming platforms are struggling because they're making these like shows? As far as I know, they're really fucking themselves because that stuff is not making them enough money to survive.
Yeah.
Number 3 is from Troy is Evil Dead Rise.
Yes.
And now we're going to go to Mr. Todd, who's making me hungry here. He's eating some cheesecake.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh, Heart of Midnight.
You bet. Now, weirdness. Yes, I like weird. Just like when I first saw Heart of Midnight, I was like, what is this? Wow. That makes an impression. I will say, though, the Blu-ray releases and such of Heart of Midnight are the U.S. theatrical cut. What I would like to have on an official disc is the European cut that's 10 minutes longer, has a little bit more of Brenda Vaccaro in it. She's always cool. We're on to number 3. Pure weirdness is what I'm getting at, and you get this in a bag full. And my number 3 is Poor Things, directed by Yorgos Lanthimos. Emma Stone, Mark Ruffalo, Willem Dafoe, Rami Youssef. I was mesmerized by his beard. I just can't get his name right. But anyway, I do so love Poor Things. I'm going to read to you what I said about this, because this is exactly my sentiments. I do so love Poor Things that I want to marry it. A story of a woman seeking, learning, adventuring, discovering, finding herself, and empowerment. Emma Stone was brave doing this, and she did it with precision. Her character was unfiltered and kicked ass. And the film was chock full of equal opportunity nudity. I appreciate that. Some might call it pompous frivolity, but I was fascinated the whole time. I actually cried near the end, through to the last moment. Nice. Poor Things is weird, unusual, and I don't think it was weird for weird's sake. It had its own logic. It just made sense to me. And if you didn't get it, whatever. So anyway, Poor Things, definitely one of my faves this year. And for my random placement, it's number 3.
Very
Can
cool.
you say that Todd is in my top 3, and he's my 3, my 2, and my 1?
He's a charmer.
Yes, he's wonderful. He kept his shirt on so far, but I don't want no spoilers if there's a shirt reveal.
Yeah.
Shirtless reveal.
Oh, Lord.
I don't think Justin knows yet about.
I think I've seen the
Yeah.
pictures without your head.
Yeah,
So,
and for
yeah.
people who would like to see more, Todd, you're seeing some of them here. These are what his full reviews are like. They're like 20-minute
brilliant.
reviews of movies, and they're like their own little shows. They're very fun.
Yeah,
Man's
he's
brilliant.
shorts when he does reviews. Like
Mhm.
there are stories happening. the man is special,
Yes.
and I love him. You gotta
So
watch.
now we're to number 2.
So my number 2 is a movie that surprised the hell out of me. It was, a January release, which already seemed to seal its fate. The trailer for it made it look not very good. In fact, it made it look like trash, maybe somewhat enjoyable trash. And I went to see it on a whim with some friends, in spite of the fact that we were actually starting to hear good reviews for it. We went in with the notion of, this is going to be our January bad movie, and we were shocked that it was actually a lot more intentionally funny and better than we were expecting, and that's Megan.
Yeah, we love Megan. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It's basically, unless you're watching the unrated cut, it's a PG-13 Paul Verhoeven movie. Like, literally, the intro segment with the fake commercial is just like something you would see in RoboCop, or even in any of the little tangents and cutaways in Starship Troopers. It's just a brilliant movie that actually, I forget what movie it was that Alok was saying Cocaine Bear wishes it was. This is more along those lines, because I feel like what Cocaine Bear needed to be was just a movie that played everything straight through whatever ridiculous line they had out there and let the jokes come from the delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Megan does that perfectly with so many moments where they'll say something ridiculous, but the actors, there are some serious moments, but there are also moments where they'll have a character who's a douchebag that'll say something that's just completely asinine, but he says it with a straight face as if he believes he's saying the right thing. And there's stuff like that the movie does that's just perfect and brilliant, and I love it. I saw it twice in theaters when it came out.
And a kid gets killed in the movie, so it's right up
That's true.
Justin's alley.
Child murder, yeah.
When you're talking about things being played straight, I remember when it was a confusion. Should we be laughing or are we not supposed to laugh because they played it so serious when Megan starts singing?
Yes.
It's like, what is happening?
That's a good point. Excellent
What?
scene.
It's just ridiculous.
Not everyone talks about. I really wish I would have put I have it on my mentions, but when I think of, because I did see it in January, like you said, so it seems so far away. But now that now that we talk about it, it's like, oh, I really did like this movie quite a bit. I probably should have had it in my list.
And when she runs like a dog,
Oh God,
Yeah.
yes.
so great.
Or
That's the thing is people. It always gets on my nerves. I always see people saying, "Oh, they don't make good horror movies anymore, or all they make is remakes and reboots." And I'm like, there's lots of good horror movies, and obviously on the indie level, which people don't look at. But even theatrically released movies like Megan, there's some good stuff out there.
Mm-hmm.
If you only go see the new Scream and stuff, that's your fault. There's a lot of stuff out there you could go see.
And it doesn't take a lot of digging to find it.
No. Especially
really
now
good
because
stuff.
there's all these platforms that you can, as we mentioned, Shudder, they have all this stuff that before would have been very hard to find, not that long ago.
I think it gets very overwhelming because there are so many options, and now there's Shudder and this, and then there's a lot of different things. So I think it can be overwhelming. But then there's people like us who make these great lists.
Yeah.
And there is a community out there. So people who like horror, go to your community. There's an amazing horror community. There's us. There's so many people out there with wisdom to share about what is out there to watch. Just go to them. Find some reviewers, whether it's me, Neal, Joe, Todd, whoever. Find a person that you feel good about and just keep watching them and follow their recommendations. There you go.
Hells yeah.
Yeah.
Number
Rock
2.
on, sister.
Great number 2.
Thank you.
Is that me?
Yeah.
When Evil Lurks. Everybody's, we've been talking about it. It just, that opening scene just set the tone, and it kept just dragging me deeper and deeper and deeper into despair. and it is dark. It is unpredictable. It is a totally fresh take on possession. It's gross, and it's so well acted. It's so brilliantly well acted. I was just absolutely floored by how good it was.
There was something I wanted to bring up in our interview with Damien, and that's or Damien is I think it's hard to pull off, but when you pull it off, it always works to me, is to take something that it seems like from another era. Like this demon or this possession or this evil that's lurking around, and you put it in modern day. Sometimes that doesn't work, but when it works, it really worked here because it makes it seem like this timeless tale, and it's just an excellent movie.
I've never felt so overwhelmingly filled with dread in a film in a long time as I did throughout that.
And they keep it up throughout the whole movie.
Yeah. When they discover that the bed of their truck is empty, it's like, what?
And the effects, there's a lot of gross stuff.
Really
it's like,
effect.
It works on many different levels for me because I'll be honest, I like some gross shit in my movie. So it's a tough word for me. So yeah. Annabelle, you're number 2.
Mad Fate. Do you remember Mad Fate?
Oh, that was a good one. I forgot about that.
So good. Mad Fate. Now, we actually have 3. I love our local theaters, of course, but the AMC does bring stuff that other theaters don't always have the opportunity to bring. Mad Fate was playing at the AMC in Dorchester. Different, like where Neal usually goes on Tremont Street. There's loads of Indian movies. There's like every weekend.
Yeah, which I discovered the last couple of years. I've never seen Bollywood movies, and then I always thought they were just like these, like the clips I saw, like the Bollywood version of Terminator or something. But they're not all like that. But I love them. The first time I saw one, I fell in love with them, and I go see them quite often at the AMC in Boston.
My point being that each of these AMCs has like a different kind of offering. The Dorchester one has a lot of Asian movies. So Mad Fate came up. It was a mystery thriller. So it was kind of like, is this even a thing? But then watching the trailer and reading about it, it's like, holy shit, so great. It's so sad because the little blip revolves around a fortune teller and a murderer. That is not enough. It is not enough. Like Alok was saying, I never thought about it like this before, this sentimentality. It definitely has heart, considering there's such brutal murders. It's comic. It's like like what happens with yourself, like as an individual, if you are thinking about fate, if you're thinking about, when people become superstitious and make choices based on those superstitions. So the fortune teller guy, the movie opens up, it's a man and a woman. They're in a graveyard, and there's a storm coming, and the man's doing all kinds of different ritual things. The woman is yelling at him because she's like buried, and this is part of the ritual. So they're bickering back and forth. It's very funny, and there's some great comedy moments throughout the whole thing. And this poor guy, he's really trying to help her avoid death, and he's really trying to help people avoid fate. And the extremes he goes to, and then the serial killer part, there's like oh my lord, this one guy just coincidentally is in the wrong place, wrong time. Witnesses, like a serial killer was brutally murdering a woman, runs away, and then the guy this is early on in the movie, and then this guy who's a delivery guy, he was standing there and then sees the scene and becomes like transfixed and like lured into, like, he just becomes what's the word I'm trying to think of? Not lured, not enticed, but one of those things. You get my drift, that he's like, oh, and so he becomes enamored with this gore, and that plays out a little bit. You learn more about that. It's just so many things put into one, but done in a way that I do think that a lot of Asian movies do well, is that there's so much shit going on, but it all works together. It's not like you have to be no humor at all. It's like life. Life for most people, there is horror to it. There's comedy to it. There's drama. There's love. There's sadness. There's all those things. And I think this movie does a really good job of balancing everything. Cannot recommend it enough. I just watched it again. Awesome. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Is that available on streaming yet?
It is.
That's one I forgot about. I had a great time watching it myself, and I'm actually not always big on Asian horror films, but I thought it was a great movie.
Wonderful.
Definitely gonna have to check.
And it was one that really flew under the radar. I really didn't hear a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. Hopefully it will be out and about.
My number 2 film is, I believe it's brought up a bunch of times, but I just thought it was a great horror movie. Probably the most fun I had at a movie this year, and that was Thanksgiving.
Hells yeah.
Just a good time. My number 2 and 1 are opposites of good times, but we'll get to that. Number 2 for Troy is Devils, which is also an Asian horror film.
Yes.
Devils.
Yes, I have an interview with the director up on the website, which he didn't speak English, so we had to do it with an interpreter, which was interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. It played at I think it was Fantasia Fest when I did the interview. Right.
Yeah, it's quite good. It's quite good.
Yeah, you have a review of Devils up on the website. Number 2 for Todd here. This is one of the shorter ones, I believe.
Welcome back to yours truly, Hippie Dick. Hey, speaking of, have you ever wanted to see Doctor Who naked? Well, in Pasolini's The Canterbury Tales, Tom Baker takes a stand-up bath. This doesn't really directly relate to my number 2 film, but this one sheet is incredibly rare, and I'm proud to have it. Number 2, It Lives Inside, directed by Bishal Dutta. It's about an Indian American teen who unwittingly unleashes a demon when she has a falling out with her best friend. This one does have that element of passing on, like When Evil Lurks and The Harbinger and Talk to Me. But this is something directly related to Indian culture. It's fascinating. We've never seen films like this. And I gotta say, for a PG-13, the swing set scene is unnerving. I was, really effective. It Lives Inside is one of those nice surprises. It's intense, it's interesting, and it's smart. So it's different than a lot of horror movies that just kind of give you the stabby tit thing. This is a work of art. It Lives Inside. That is my number 2.
Very good.
Very good.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, I saw It Lives Inside. I wasn't a big fan. I'm sorry, Todd.
Again, different opinions.
Yeah. Let's see here. Number 1 now, Justin.
Number 1, and you guys are probably shocked that it wasn't showing up on the list for a little while, but there's a reason why, because it made number 1, Thanksgiving.
Excellent.
It's it's how do I put this? It's the first good movie from Eli Roth movie that I've liked where I didn't have to put asterisks around why I liked it or what I liked about it. And granted, that's where, just to go a brief rundown, Cabin Fever is kind of so bad as good, but also so bad as bad at times.
I agree with you.
So that's another one that needs an asterisk. Hostel, I liked better on a second viewing than I did on a first, but the characters annoy the hell out of me. But there's a lot of moments in there that work on an atmospheric level.
I
And on a creep
don't
factor?
want to interrupt you, but my problem with Hostel is, which I think you got right with Thanksgiving, is that the blend of comedy and like horror don't mix in Hostel, because there's some overt
Yes.
comedy in Hostel, which is completely antithesis of the rest of a lot of the movie, and it didn't work for me.
No, 100%. And it's, I would also add to that a little bit. And then let's see, what else have I seen? Green Inferno is also one of those that it's like the better version of Cabin Fever for me, where I come close to enjoying it more just as a fun, dumb movie, but it still has its flaws.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, for a while, that was like the only one of his movies that I was willing to say I liked. Again, with asterisks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanksgiving is the first one that I think is actually a good movie, and a big part of that is he didn't write all of it.
Yeah.
So that really helps.
Agreed.
And yeah, no, it's just like a class. It's a perfect mixture between being a modern slasher and a throwback to old school slashers. You know, it reminds you of things like The Prowler or Thanksgiving, My Bloody Valentine, you know, or even The Burning in some cases, probably. It feels like those movies. And it does harken back a little to Scream, but in a way that works for the movie. And the last thing I'll say about it is it's one of the first movies I've seen in a while that depicts young people and social media use in a not obnoxious way.
That's a very good point.
Everything that they do with these young people and the way that they use social media is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a really good point, because sometimes that can really take you out of a movie too, I think.
Yeah.
And I think it's so relevant, and you do hear so often about, you know, people using tricks to take away cell phones because they make plots complicated, because everybody has a phone, everybody has access to other people all the time, it's always at hand. So I think that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought it up, because it is something that people do find tricky, and they did it in a way that was very clever.
Almost
Actually bringing it into part of this person's plot of how to fuck with them.
Which I will say, if I have one nitpick about the movie, that whole thing of the killer tagging these people in this post where he's showing all the different body parts that he's accumulating, I'm like, and it's on Instagram, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but one or two things would happen. Either one, these people would see it and report it or block it, or Instagram would catch it and keep it from going live.
Right.
But I can kind of forgive it for the movie. I'll just give it a pass. It's a minor gripe.
I think
If
that
it had been made a little bit later, maybe they would have done it on X, because Elon would have let it go.
That is true.
You're a Rumble. Yeah.
they'd be on Twitch.
Yeah. I have people all the time like, oh, you should
We're on
move.
Twitch now.
Yeah.
But I do think it's kind of a good social commentary too, because there is so much stuff on the internet that's really horrible. I brought this up a while ago. I won't get into detail and get all upset and get tearful. There's a girl who has extreme anorexia, and she's on YouTube, and she's been there for years. She's literally killing herself. She's a bone, and she's still there. She's still there. And thousands of comments. There's people who want to be this way, and it's like, where does the line get drawn? And I don't know, when there's actual things happening and no one's doing anything about it.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair assessment.
Any other year, I think Thanksgiving would have been my number one, but because of the number one movie, it's number two. But I really love Thanksgiving. I think it's definitely going to be one of my favorite horror movies of modern day. I think it's
100%.
Joe,
you're number two.
My number two or my number one?
Number one, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, we'll go back in time. If anybody who knows me knows what it's going to be, Where the Devil Roams. I just was blown away by that film. I was floored by it. I have loved every film that the Adamses have done, but this was just a cut above. It was the perfect dark fairy tale. It was an indie version of Guillermo del Toro or Neil Gaiman. It's just visually brilliant. The fact that they did a period piece on no money, it's not just my favorite horror film of the year, it's my favorite film of the year.
Wow.
Really, truly, just I'm really nervous now because the next film they do, I'm like, it's like I want it to be so good, but I will always have Where the Devil Roams. I just think it is. I can't recommend it highly enough. It just worked for me on every single level, and I've seen it multiple times, and it thrills me, and I see new things in it, and I understand more about it every single time.
Yeah, I love. I mentioned a few times about movies moving in and out of my list, but my top three, I knew right away these were going to be my three movies, and that one was Where the Devil Roams. Your number one, Annabelle.
When Evil Lurks. It's an amazing movie. It was, I think, production value, that just everything about this movie was exceptional. The characters are interesting. I feel emotion for them. I want people to do well and survive, and there's layers to people, and the gore is great. He was telling us about that giant suit that was like prop.
Yeah, it was like a big giant puppet kind of thing or something.
Yeah, just amazing. Just an incredible film. I mean, this is really, this is a master of horror. There's just no other way to see him. I cannot imagine, like Alok was saying about how one person or two people brought down the rating, which is just sad. I just don't understand how a horror fan can see this movie, and maybe it is it's actually not even really that long.
No,
it really isn't. So it's not like it's long and drawn out. I don't know. It's just it's masterful.
We mentioned Todd. People also that's Bruce, Baby Snake Master 420, but I know that's Bruce. He check out Joe's reviews, written and also audio reviews on the website. And
more coming soon.
Yay! Freaking phenomenal movie. I cannot say enough good things. I could sit here and just blob into the nether.
Yeah, it literally, I mean, that close to being my number one. And you guys know how much I love Where the Devil Roams. Yes. Seriously, if it wasn't just for the rush of enthusiasm I have for Where the Devil Roams, When Evil Lurks would have taken number one easily. It's so good.
It is incredible. I love it. I hope he doesn't end up getting. I mean, I guess, if he's going to make money off of some made for America, whatever.
Take that money and do what he does.
Exactly. Do the same thing. Lots of other successful.
Yeah, it's like all these Americanized versions. They ruined the film. Well, the film wasn't that good to begin with. Then, if they ruined it, because it's still brilliance, so they'll not. There's no way they can ruin that film.
Well, the idea of him directing an American movie is exciting, though. Not only do I like his stuff, but we do see a lot more graphic movies theatrically released today. So,
he's directing the American version?
No, I said if he directs an American movie, it's possible they could give him something, not just like a run-of-the-mill movie to do. But my number one movie is also When Evil Lurks. As we've all, I think it's on everyone's list. It's cool. I don't think Troy's seen it yet. So, his number one film, let me grab this, is Angry Black Girl and Her Monster.
Nice. It's a fantastic movie.
Yeah. And now
I love Troy's picks because they're so just what he loves.
Yes.
You know, he loves what he loves, and so they're great films, but they're such a different toss-up from the way everybody else is playing things.
Yes. Too bad
Yeah.
he couldn't be here. He was planning on being here, but like I
Yeah.
said, he's got his tooth pulled.
Bummer. It's too bad he couldn't pre-record.
Yeah. Well, I think he was
But
still
no way
planning
to
on
know.
doing it till.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we
All
go.
right.
Todd. Oh, look at that Parents poster. Sweet. It's a great movie.
You're here from my number one, aren't you? But first, I want to say a thank you to Neal and Annabelle for inviting me to be a part of the Without Your Head family. I've been having a blast. I always thought I was going to be doing these little, like, 10-minute reviews, but they're turning into variety shows. The whole ball started rolling a couple of years ago with Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back. Proud to be in that. Watch out for the post-credit scene. My short film, This Is How, is on the Dark Side releasing Blu-ray of Tortured Parts 2 and 3. That one stars Martin W. Payne as well as in the short. Now, Psycho 8, along with myself, Neal is in Psycho 8 2. Be on the lookout for that. It's a future cult classic. I voiced 2 actors in Demiziano Cristoforo's For Halloween. And, of course, my claim to fame, rural erections. If you want a meal instead of a snack, number one, this is my number one favorite this year. When Evil Lurks.
Yes.
That's directed by Demian Rugna, and it's from Argentina. Now, like Mexican horror, Argentinian horror can be very cerebral, very deep. Even their dramas, like Dry Wind, which is a favorite of mine, are just so, they're amazing. This film has such deep dread. There's a lot of hopelessness. It hits the viewer very hard, but it's all incredibly rewarding. 2 brothers basically are trying to get rid of a demon-infected man, and they unintentionally just keep spreading the problem further and further to other people and to an entire community and beyond. This one is, well, it's grim, but it's one of the most amazing horrors you will see. And for me, in such a long time, seen a lot of good ones over the years, but this one took me by surprise. And I'm very, very, very grateful for that. So my number one, and it is definitely the number one for 2023, is When Evil Lurks.
Very good. Excellent. So, Troy, you got to check out When Evil Lurks.
I finished.
And I got to check out Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's right.
Great. Wait till you see the Massachusetts people. Oh, my lord, man. Woo! They get great accents. Is he from New England?
Yes. Yes, he's from
Yeah,
Newton.
I'm like, no one can do that, but someone who's from New England.
Yeah, he's from Newton.
Yeah. All right. Makes sense. Totally.
I actually asked him to come on the show, and I did get a reply. Actually, I'd asked him before and never got a reply, but I got a reply actually last week, and he was actually like, "Thanks for reaching out," but he can't currently because he got a lot of stuff going on. But I was like, cool. So maybe in the future we'll have Eli Roth on the show.
That would be pretty sweet.
Yes.
Not after you watch this.
I also heard back from someone else in the movie who might be coming on. So I don't want to say who yet.
Oh, cool. Oh, it's so great.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
So let's see. Anyone, Justin, any honorable mentions not yet mentioned? Because I have a lot that's already been mentioned.
It was already mentioned, but my honorable mention is Renfield.
Mm.
It is a really fun movie. This year's a lot of my feels like I should have had some of these on my 13 because I really liked them, but there was a lot of stuff I liked, so which is good. Diablo Joe.
I'm gonna say, just because I couldn't put it on the list this year, Megalomaniac. It's finally hit streaming. Watch it. It's just brilliant.
Annabelle?
For me, it was Nefarious, and people listed so many. I mean, when I was making the list, I was really concerned I would not even be able to get 13. In fact, I asked both of you to be like, just give me, you don't have to tell me if you put them all on, but give me whatever you've got, because I'm starving for stuff. I was looking at lists online trying to get references, and it all came together, and I've really come to realize that 2023 did not suck for horror the way I convinced myself. I was looking through our old reviews. I'm like, what is going on here? No, it's been a really excellent year for horror. So things that people have mentioned, I mean, really, there's so many to list. Everybody came up with great stuff. And I don't think anybody's lists were 100%. I think everybody came up with unique things that other people didn't come up with, which is nice.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of ones that were already mentioned, but for stuff not mentioned, I had Mad Heidi in my list, but it's really not a horror movie, but it's a really fun movie. Blackout, which I really dug, and Lord of Misrule, which I don't know if it's actually come out or what, but I saw it, and I know it's supposed to come to theaters last month, but I don't think it really played anywhere. But I really liked it a lot. So when if that comes out somewhere, people should check it out. And I saw Beau is Afraid, which I really like. Again, I don't really consider it a horror movie. So it's just a weird ass movie. All right.
Think about it. I didn't know. I saw it, and I didn't know what to think about it. I have mixed emotions about it. I don't know if I like it or dislike it. I'm still settling on it. I just recently saw it, so.
And we do have some from Todd here.
Oh my goodness, what?
We have honorable mentions from Todd.
Honorable mentions time. Todd's time. Notice my name.
Whoa.
City of Women. So bizarre. And that's why I'm so drawn to it. There are 3 titles to mention here in this category. The first is actually 2. The Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2 from Michael J. Epstein and Sofia Coppola. Now, the reason it's not on the main list, because I didn't know if it counted for 2023. I saw a screening in October 2022. Other screenings and festivals showings gained momentum through 2023, and then an official disc release and such in 2024. So it would be tops in my list for this year, but I wasn't sure how I could count it. So it's there. Michael, Sophia, please put me in one of your projects one day. Hey, throw me in there with Bill Whedon. We make a great team. The next title is Fang from Richard Bergen. Now, admittedly, I haven't seen it yet. I didn't get a chance to see a screener. So, from what I trust, from what I've heard, especially from Neal and Annabelle, and seeing the podcast with Richard Bergen, I know I'm going to love this thing. Lynn Lowry's in it. I adore her. I am in 2 films that she's in. Demiziano Cristoforo's What Have You Done, Daniel? And Jeff Kakorinsky's Essence. Yes, that one is coming out. And the third film, Madeline Deering's Bathtub Shark Attack. Now, it is, yes, an ultra
Ooh.
low budgeter. It has a cheesiness to it, but you can tell everyone was having a great time. I know I caught some flack over a recent shot on video thing, but I can tell you, Bathtub Shark Attack knows what it is and just ran with it. Well, hell, Lynn Lowry's in that one too. So it's a wonderful world. And by the way, Bathtub Shark Attack when I first saw it, it was like an acid flash.
It's so insane. It has
That's
a very graphic scene.
Flashback to the 1970s when I was watching the Carol Burnett show, and they did when Jaws came out, which was about a shark that traveled through the plumbing. So it's all a connection, and it's all good. So those are my honorable mentions.
He didn't take off his
He
shirt.
also, he also messaged me.
He did. He
He
just
wanted
didn't-
He also wanted to put Triple Xmas as an honorable mention, and he had forgot this movie should have been on the 13, and that is the new Toxic Avenger.
Oh. Are we putting honorable mentions on this list?
I mean, we can if you want to.
What do you all think?
Yeah, that's fine.
There's no rules unless we make them.
Right. He does have one last video to play here.
Oh,
What? Todd has I love his shameless self-promotion. It's
This one's a short one.
great.
So let me just grab it. It's only 42 seconds. Basically, this is his send-off here for the show. All right. Let me grab it. I had these all actually lined up just to play, but they weren't working right. So then during the show, I uploaded them all to YouTube.
Mhm.
Hey, I really wish I could have been there for you guys today and interacted and just made your show a lot more weirder. But you got this. So thank you all. I'm Todd Quality Jaeger for Without Your Head. Cheesecake, man. Cheesecake. Well, all I can say is, woo! Now that's over. It's time to get Nick.
Yeah.
he did it.
Oh,
Oh, that was very fun, and thanks everybody.
Yeah, no worries. It was a
Justin's
good
always
time.
great. Yes, we need to do
Yeah.
these more often. It's really fun.
that was great.
Yeah, we'll come up with some lists. Some lists. to
Yeah.
do with-
Right, and people out there, if you have some ideas for lists, send them in. And if it's something maybe we can't have 13, we can always do like top 6 or something.
Yeah. The 666.
That was the original show, was the top 666, and I won't say his name out there, but someone had an issue that he didn't want to be associated with Satanism, so it was changed to the 13, which was fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
But it wouldn't be 66. It would be like 66666 or something, because we have
Yeah,
many people.
it'd be so many sixes, we'd be fine.
It's true.
It's
If I
doubly Satan. Is it doubly Satan if it's 666
Sure. It's whatever you want it to be, Neal.
Uh,
You're 667, the neighbor of the beast.
I like that one. If I found a cherry pit in my cheesecake, is that like good luck? This is my
I
Well,
say
you
yes.
swallow it.
I
right.
say yes.
I'm gonna save my little good luck cherry pit. I need all the help I can
There you
get.
go.
I didn't have time to get up to look up news tonight, but it probably wouldn't have mattered because the show is after we've been here for 4 hours.
Yes, it's my bedtime. We're working.
The only thing I do
I'm
want
so
to
glad
mention,
you like the reviews
Okay.
of Todd. I want more
yeah,
people to get out and watch our amazing reviewers. We'll watch Todd, listen to Joe, but Neal puts together some really good visuals to go along with those reviews. These are two amazing reviewers, different styles, but both super, super knowledgeable, brilliant people. Excellent reviews. Justin, do you do any reviews for us or what? What review that, man?
you could. Well, I have.
I could.
We get a lot of screeners. There's plenty to spread her out.
Here,
Yeah.
man.
Sure,
If you
we
would
can
like.
we can talk about it more after this, or this weekend.
All right, sounds good.
I'm open.
Yeah,
to
or
it.
even stuff you go see if you'd want to review up. We put up on the website.
No, for sure. I think I could squeeze that in for sure. I'll hit you up about it.
We're not like do it now or anything like that. We're.
Oh,
So
definitely.
I'm both proud and a little mad at myself that I started doing the visuals for Diablo because I think they look awesome, but then I had to keep doing them and they take a little bit.
But they do look awesome.
Because I have a face for radio.
No, the whole video is really cool, and I really honestly like the contrast of styles between you and Todd. It's fun.
Amazing.
So the only thing I do want to mention one thing, and that is that former guest of the show who made my favorite movie whatever year it came out was Tigers Are Not Afraid. Isa Lopez came on the show a couple times. Fantastic Mexican horror film. And I met her at Boston Underground Film Festival, and I just saw today she's the showrunner for season 4 of True Detective, and I was like, "Whoa, that's amazing!
Wow.
Good for her! That's
dude.
crazy."
Wow.
With Jodie Foster in it, so I was like, "Holy
That's
crap!"
amazing.
Yeah, so really talented filmmaker. So I was very excited to see that.
Good things do happen to good people.
Yes. And if you have anyone out there who's not seen Tigers Are Not Afraid, go see it.
Is it on
Fantastic movie.
I think it is. I think you would love it.
I gotta see it. So I'm gonna ask y'all to send me or send Neal or whatever, all y'all in the chats, the reviewers here present with us, to send me. I've got a ton of movies, but I want to make sure I've got them all together, and I will share that. Well, I can share it with Neal, who could put it on the actual website for those who don't use Facebook. And then you'll have a bajillion movies to check out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds very good. Until next time, this is Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
Diablo Joe Nidbala.
And Justin Beheading.
And that was Alok Mishra, and Terrible Troy was over here. Todd Jaeger up there in the atmosphere, and this is Without
Your Head.
Got my arms.
I'm just staying here real quickly because I just noticed I did not change the date. So it said 2023 at the end there. Whatever. All right, we're getting out of here.